very welcome to our webinar on Detrans Awareness Day. Thanks very much for coming. And last year we did one, and as a result, we opened up a service called Beyond Trans, and it provides therapy and other services, group support, job, kind of helping job skills, professional consultancy, different hangouts, different kind of supports for people who've moved beyond medical transition. And so we thought we'd do it again this year for the very same reason. And the idea is to highlight the voices of people who have medically transitioned and thought, hang on, I've been harmed by this. I was a healthy body. What happened? And also to make sure that we make it a kind of an empowering situation where, yeah, it shouldn't have happened. And now what? That's kind of where we're going with this. We've got lots of people who have medically transitioned here, and I'm going to try and talk as little as possible and just bring it out of you. I'll begin with Richie. So you're very welcome, Richie. I think a lot of us know you, but it would be nice if you kind of gave your kind of, for anybody who doesn't know, because not everybody will, if you gave your kind of basics of your story. And maybe what we could do is ask everybody else, turn off your video while just me and Richie are chatting, and turn it back on when I invite you back in, if you follow me. Just makes it easier, you know, because otherwise everybody would be looking at you. So Richie, would you start, tell us where you were at. How did you come to a decision that you should medically transition?
So I medically transitioned at the age of 26. I'm male, and I had a lot of mental health issues from a variety of different things growing up. Autistic, OCD, really bad OCD, like severe. Didn't really fit in. I was gay, and I grew up in the 90s and the 2000s, and gay was always the joke. And it was like, I kind of had a feeling that it might have been accepted, but I knew it wasn't like the favorable outcome. So I kind of catastrophized myself a little bit too much. And I was a little bit like, I really don't want to be this way. And of course, I was also obsessed with the internet. And at first, I was just going from rabbit hole and looking for theories to find, why am I this way? Why do I have these insane, intrusive thoughts? Why am I like this? And at first, I was like, something must have happened that I just couldn't remember, which is a lot. Obviously, that was like a latch on from the false memory syndrome of like the 90s and 2000s. And as I was just kind of coming out of that, I had this, I found the online trans community. And
can I ask just two things there, because it's really good points you made. One is, was OCD driving you to look for an answer, or was being gay in a homophobic climate, or was it a combo of both? And was it 80-20 or 50-50?
I would say OCD was the wheels of the car, but you know, the car itself was probably maybe the homophobia and everything else in between, but it was all part of the same vehicle, you know what I mean? It was very much part. Yeah, you couldn't have one without the other. You take one of those aspects away and I probably wouldn't have transitioned, in my mind.
Okay.
Because I felt like it was just, you know, the right perfect combination of vectors that fed me into this community. And as I've found from a lot of chats with other detransitioners, it was like we were almost primed for this. We were ready and waiting. And it's not a case that you have this mystical gender identity. It's quite simple, really. You've got somebody with trauma. You've got somebody who's got a very black and white view of the world, you know, of men and women and stuff like that. Same-sex attraction, really bad mental health, bullying, not fitting in. And you find the trans community and they basically are like, yep, that's you, you know. And my next obsession was, oh my God, I'm trans. If I let testosterone like continue ruining my body, because I was already 25, 26 at this point, like I really believed I was being poisoned as I was living. And that feeling like you've got an actual poison in you, and the people have the antidote, but and they're keeping it from you, it just sends you in this like frenzy, you know. And I was just like, I need this. So like many people at the very start, I believed it was like a life or death situation to get the blogger. And then I paid for a private assessment to get the diagnosis over 3 appointments on 2 days. It was really, really quick. I get a payday loan and that out because I had a very low income too. And then I started on the blocker whilst I was waiting for the gender clinic to refer us on. And then about 7 or 8 months later, I officially got enrolled into the gender clinic. And then I got enrolled with the gender therapist. And I tried a detransition in 2014 and 15, but I kind of had it restarted and kind of, because people just keep saying, you know, just wait for your gender clinic appointment, just wait for your gender clinic appointment.
And you actually thought, there's a thing called trans, it's in me, and as long as I am producing testosterone, I'm effectively poisoning myself. I need estrogen to stop it. This is...
Yeah, well, I was more worried. I wasn't too much worried about the estrogen at that point. I was more worried about the poisoning of testosterone. I was like, you know, I fully believe that if you just took the estrogen, it would just work, right? So it didn't matter when you took it, as long as you stopped the testosterone, it didn't matter what you did. So that was my priority, was
and did anybody push back and say, what are you talking about?
Me mum. Yeah, she was like,
the mothers.
Yeah, I know. The first thing she said was, "Are you sure you're not just gay?" Which was kind of like me brother's reaction too, and a lot of others, because I was like, "No, of course not. That's impossible. What's possible though is I am a woman trapped in a man's body. That's what's possible. That's what's up here." And they just thought, like,
I'd say
I was unreachable. I was insane. Like I was actually like unreachable.
I'd say you were very compelling. You'd say, no, 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 I'm not gay. I wouldn't have a problem if I was gay. I'd imagine you were very compelling.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you can imagine how I am now, imagine if you increase the insanity and like a little bit more, about 30-40% up, and then you add that in, you could see how someone like me could like, and that's what I did. I would go out these things, especially in the workplace, and promote LGBT, and I would present a very kind and articulate face to the movement. And that really drew people in, because it was like, oh, here's somebody who's speaking sense and sincerely. And all the things that I was wrongly attributing, I was still able to write about. I was still able to write about the pain and stuff. So that ability to tell that story never went away. It was just, I completely reframed it in transition for the way I was, you know.
Wow. And what do you think anybody could have said? You said you're unreachable, because that's the big question. It's the $100 question, well, the $1 million question. Where are you reachable? Was there anything somebody could have said at any point?
I think this is at the point where it's now up to the professionals to say no, right? I think that's the area I was at. So rather than professionals going, hang on, because keep in mind, I was getting therapy, like, well, psychotherapy for the OCD. And one of the reasons why I didn't want to continue that to the next level was because I had an obsession at the time. It was different to what it started, because it started with this, something terrible must have happened and I've just forgotten it. And by the last session, it was like, forget all that. I'm 100% sure I'm trans. And then he was like, well, we can't refer you on to the next session because it's just going to feed that obsession. So they kind of just ignored it. But the gender clinic were certainly aware too. And what should have really happened then is you've literally just been diagnosed with severe like OCD, because I was very unwell with OCD. And I mean unwell.
I hear you. And OCD is the biggie for me anyway, because that's rumination and it's going on and it's so compelling. Do you think you got enough attention for the OCD, or what were your therapists thinking about the OCD?
My therapist, the one who diagnosed me, like, he said some things that really took a lot of the weight out, because I thought I was like really evil, and I thought I was really like totally just absolutely mental. And he was just like, you know, if you really were evil, if you really were all like this, would you worry about it, or would you just go off and be evil? And I was like, well, that's quite a good challenge. And when that was adequately challenged, that's when the trans stuff just took over. It was like instantly, literally, like I said, one session, I went, forget all that. And I was giving him the pure crazy eyes. I was like, forget all that. I'm trans. I'm 99% sure I'm trans. And he was like, okay, I've just diagnosed your OCD, but okay. And then the next week after, that's when I said, forget what I said about last week about 99%. I am 100% sure I'm trans, like without a shadow of a doubt.
And you don't think he should have said, well, I know a lot about OCD because I'm qualified, and you would think that because people who are OCD are often very much in search of certainty and solutions and,
Yeah.
frameworks.
Yes. Yeah. So I think it was from one contamination to the next. So I went from the contamination of my thoughts, the intrusive thoughts, to the contamination of testosterone in my body. But those are contamination, if that makes sense, which is quite
Wow.
a very common thing in
Yeah,
OCD, but
OCD.
like to fear germs and being contaminated. It just comes out in ways that I didn't realize until retrospect,
Yeah. Impure thoughts and purity, and it's a big thing with OCD.
Yeah.
And so then keep going. You said I'm 100%.
I was just basically like, I'm 100%, and it was the last session when that happened. Unfortunately, it was just, we didn't have enough time, and all he could do was write it up, and hopefully I'd get filtered off through the system, which was, I think, what he was relying on. And the doctor, because the way it works in the UK is you self-refer at the gender clinic when you're an adult. So you ring your GP, and if the GP agrees, they send off the referral. Most GPs just send off the referral. My GP was very understanding and very empathetic. They're like, we've never really had one before, is what I used to say. And they noted everything down, like down to a T. I was very open about everything because I really believed that this would fix me. So there was no point in lying. And I read online that trans people are encouraging not to say certain things in therapy. And I was like, no, because I am true trans, and I know this will come up later, all right? Because I am the most true trans, I need to get everything out, because if I sort out all my issues now, I can live a wonderful, happy life for the rest of my life. So
That's a key point. You went with utter honesty and transparency and saying, this is me. And yet you were still kind of moved towards medical transition inappropriately.
Well, so this is where the gender therapist came in. So this is really intensive. So I came in 2015 at the gender clinic at the start, and immediately got referred to surgery, and and then I put a pause to it because I was like, this is too quick, this is too fast for me. But I was also seeing a gender therapist to work through it. And first time OCD came out was, you can just be a trans person with OCD. And then I was like, I don't think this is for me. And you'll be like, that's just your internalized transphobia talking. Anything that was related to me struggling with being gay was related to me coming to terms with being trans. So if I was attracted to men, like I am very heavily physically attracted to men, that was because I'm actually a woman. And it's like, it's so infuriating when you think back, especially because my gender therapist was a gay man. And it was just like, it's like one of your own kind of leading you down it. And it's really crazy. And
can I say, I think that's going to come up later on with a lesbian therapist saying, luring effectively a woman towards transition at the same time. Extraordinary.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. But all my walls were explained that way, and I was really disconnected with me body. So I tried to do some body work, and all this time in between seeing him every other week, I'm seeing the psychiatrist every like 4 or 5 months for their checkup. The do you want surgery checkup is what I call them, because it was just every time, do you want surgery? Do you want surgery? Do you want? I was like, wait, no, I'm still working it out. And then eventually, about 2 years into it, me psychiatrist at the gender clinic in 2017 was like, if you don't want this, we're just going to pretty much discharge you, because this is a service, this is not a mental health service. And I'm like, okay. And And at that point, I'd pretty much accepted, and maybe I don't want it. And then I had a session with a gender therapist and had this it was just like lighting like a fire once again. And I was like, oh my God, if I don't do this, not only are my genitals gonna atrophy from the hormones, which they had, but I can't use what I have anyway. I'll be able to wear stupid things like, oh, I'll be able to wear leggings properly and stuff like that. And I was like, I wasn't thinking like, and he was like, yeah. So I got referred. I had me pre-op assessment in that year. It was very, very, very blasé, very relaxed. Me surgeon, when I went to see him at the pre-op, was with two others because you do it in threes. You get like 2 minutes alone for him to look at the area, but you don't get to speak to him. Any questions that you asked him were intercepted by the head nurse, who was sat between you and the surgeon and the other people next year. And it felt really weird at the time. I was like, oh, it must be so normal that they're just kind of rushing through, because it's such business, and in many ways it is very, very business as usual for them. And then I had the surgery in 2018, pretty much regretted it straight away when I realized I shouldn't have done this. And then went to my gender therapist when I was physically able to, about 3 months after. And I was like, I regret this. And he said, no, you don't. You've got OCD. And I was like, I really can't win with these people. And then they worked to get us referred for OCD treatment. And I'm just like, oh, gee, thanks, guys. And in this too, I'm like, maybe a lot of my problems are also because I'm autistic as well. I've got traits of autism. He was like, no, you don't have autism. I was like, all right, then. Okay. Just so you know, I got diagnosed with autism last week. Right. So,
No,
like
they were
literally
wrong.
Tuesday. Oh yeah, they were wrong about a lot of things.
And when did you get angry? You know, when you said I pretty much regret it immediately. How soon did you kind of get angry, or were you just sad and lost?
Very quick. I was and then they were saying that me aggression and all this sort of thing was because I had unstable personality disorder. So I got that diagnosed as well. So I got my OCD diagnosis reconfirmed, and and this new diagnosis of unstable personality disorder. And I was like, you can't even regret it without getting a new bunch of like diagnosis. And I was like, am I not just angry because this shouldn't have happened? No, you have got some like borderline issue. This is what caused it. And and then I believed them for a long time. I really believed them. And I thought, well, this is it now. I need to live my life. So that's what I did. I just buttoned down and just thought, well, this is it, And then I heard about Detrans Awareness Day in 2021, and I completely flipped out, by the way. I reacted negatively. I was like, this is an anti-trans thing to make us miserable. You had to be cruel to us.
Hang on a second. So you were kind of regretting it.
Yeah.
Saying it shouldn't have happened, and then you saw Detrans Awareness Day, because I'm really interested. I just think there's that phrase lost in transition. Those years.
Oh yeah.
Complicated time where you were like furious, like, what is this crap?
Well, you got to keep in mind, I'd bought into the idea. I wasn't regretting it now. I was just had profound mental health issues and everything in the world was because of transphobia and all this sort of thing. So the first time Detrans Awareness Day came in 2021, it was actually at work, and a gay guy, very bravely posted it. And I was very embedded. I was running the LGBT group too. I was very, very, very heavily involved. And I tried my best to punish him and get in the unions, get his managers involved. I made his life a living hell.
Oh, Richie.
Because I was I was a right little. And then about 6 months later, because it came up once or twice later, and I was like, right, I'm gonna check out this post-trans, right? And these genspect, who the these people, right? And and then from there I start reading detransition stories, and I'm going, and then I go into
Did you?
yeah, then I
Started
went,
reading Detrans stories and you went, oh my God, I recognize myself or
yeah,
something.
yeah. Sinead was one of them. Like her, like those are rambles of detransition woman she did, and I was just like, oh my God, I feel the same way. What the and then I started getting into the Detrans Reddit and Discord, and then it kind of unraveled from there. And then back at work, I made contact with the guy. I was like, I am so sorry for what I did. And then I was like, like, nothing happened, thankfully, but I did write out. I was like, did what I could to like undo
Ah,
the damage that I tried to
I'm
inflict.
glad you did.
Oh God, I couldn't have lived with myself without doing that, because like I know people say, oh, you're very blah 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 blah. I was like, yeah, but it's still no excuse. If you know you've done wrong, you should do your best to try it. And now since we've become like acquaintances, friends sort of thing, you know what I mean? And
Nice.
uh yeah, it's really, really lush. He's a really, really cool guy. So that was my experience. And then the Detrans awareness webinar last year,
Oh yeah,
Robin and Limpida started the
boys.
Detrans Males Discord, and
That's right.
that was a game changer for me, because then all of a sudden I had this group, and then it
Because
made,
lots of people don't know you're so well known in the T-Trans circuit, for want of a
yeah,
better phrase. Lots of people don't know you weren't out this time last year. This
no,
time
I
last year,
wasn't.
we had a webinar with Limpida and with Robin and a few other people, a different Robin, the Robin that's here, and you weren't out.
No, I wasn't.
What
I
made
was
you come out
terrified.
as D-trans as such? What?
Oh, well, uh, I don't know. I kind of thought I'd my life a little bit. I was still in the, oh my God, my life's but I'm Detrans sort of thing. And I was about to start like YouTube videos and stuff. And then I remember Carol said something about detransitioners um, coming out and speaking when they've just detransitioned. And I was like, well, I still want to like tweet and stuff, but I was like, this is a bad idea to do videos, because I only started like releasing the YouTube videos a few weeks ago, like the ones that I've started recorded, because when I started recording last year, I was just crying every single one. And I was like, I can't do this. I was like, this is really bad for you. This is not a good thing for somebody to be coming out that way, because it's just that's what you're gonna be remembered for. That's gonna be your shtick. And I see a lot of detransitioners getting captured by this idea that they have to cry and, you know, spill the guts out just to get that bit of attention and that little bit of healing that they so desperately need, but they don't get it. All they do is, it's like you're in this hole, right? And you're like crying out, I'm in this hole. And then people go, oh, I'm so sorry about you being in the hole. And then they continue walking on, right? But there's no one saying, hey, I'm in a hole. Can somebody help us get out? You
Yeah.
know, that's what I'm looking at. I want to look at detransition as a getting out that hole, you know,
And
recovering.
you've got a good point about that. You're kind of saying, can we reframe this, ironically, on D-Trans Awareness Day, but it's a really good point, to recovery from identity, kind of recovery from labels and identity. Is that right? Rather than
Yeah.
detransition, it's kind of a new phrasing that you're bringing to the party here.
I'm not interested in changing anyone's language, because I know detransition kind of, it's a good stepping stone,
Yeah.
detransition. And I think we should keep those terms, they're great,
Mhm.
but it's a stepping stone. It's not an identity. You go from one, you don't want to go from one extreme to the other. This is how we got here, you know? I'm more interested in seeing what I can do to unravel this crap, all these rules about language and who, like how you perceive the world. It's just like untangle all that and then move on with your life. Like I fully hope that if I ever come back on the D-Trans circuit, like in the future, because I'm not quitting yet, but I want to make a gradual exit. I don't want to be doing this forever, right?
Mm,
I want to do the bits that I need to do and then let everyone else just take the reins, because that's kind of where we're getting to.
brilliant.
And yeah, like I want to live the rest of my life, you know. I went
Yeah.
dancing last week. I went to a rave yesterday. I'm still sore from my rave. Like, You know what I mean? And I'm starting archery in a month. You know, I'm doing the things I've never do, and I'm gonna go swimming for God's sake.
Good,
God,
good. I
living.
noticed, yeah, there's an arc that people come out. There's an awful lot of paranoia around. I shouldn't say paranoia, but worry around names and who I am and dare I come out and will I come out. Then often they come out, and then they're angry and distressed, and it's a difficult time, and you can process it. And then and I now need to move on. I need to go to the next chapter, and it sounds like that's where you're going if you're going to a rave yesterday.
Oh yeah, God, yeah. I mean, you know, there are difficult moments, and I don't want to take that away from anyone. Like living as I do is not easy. I'm not going to pretend for 1 second it is. I have some very, very difficult days, but that doesn't mean my whole life is. It's. I don't like that this narrative of everyone's life is totally destroyed. And in many ways, there is a lot of aspects I won't experience because of what's happened. My health is impacted. I will be real about that, and I have been real about that. But at the same point, I want to give other detransitioners a bridge to that recovery and say, yeah, listen, it's not going to be easy, but it's achievable. Absolutely. And a lot of people are finding that.
Life beyond trans. There's a couple of things I want to do before we wrap up. One is somebody has name checked the OCD stories. They've talked about the podcast. I remember the book. It's really powerful. If anybody knows anything about OCD, it's a really good kind of thing to look up, OCD stories. And second, there's a question. And third, I'd like you to talk a little bit about the health outcomes, because I know somebody else is going to talk about the health outcomes, and I know you have a little bit to say about it. But just this question, because it's so good. Is there anything from an attendee, is there anything at any time that anybody could have told you that could have made you stop and think or change your mind? Now, I know everybody asks you, but it feels I kind of have to, I have to ask it because it's ringing around everybody's head.
Listen,
you
know? There's a reason people are asking that question. And the reason behind it is there might be a personal experience attached to that. Like they might have somebody that they're so desperate trying to save, to find this magic bullet, this, you know, and even if it's not that, the reality is, I appreciate the question, but that's not what happened. What should have happened is the second I got to the gender clinic, to the professionals, the medical field, that's when the mental health stuff really should have been looked at. That's the problem here. It's not what anyone said. It's not what anyone didn't do enough of. It's not down to either of my parents as an adult or anyone in my family to come and pull us out of it, or anyone else for that matter. It was down to the people who control this.
The ones who are paid very well.
Yeah.
To look after people's mental health.
Yeah, very well. Extraordinarily well. And I know it's hard to say no. It's horrible getting screamed at, I'm sure, but that's what you're getting the big bucks for.
What did they say? With privilege comes responsibility.
Exactly.
Yeah. And just tell us a little bit before we finish off, because we have to go on. We're going on to lesbian time in a few minutes. We'll be bringing on Carol, Sylvia, and Rachel. But tell us about the health outcomes, because later on we will be talking about other health outcomes for the women. So if you could just give a snapshot, just in case. I don't want to be, negative. I want to be realistic and accurate. Mm-hmm. And also, have the health outcomes, have they gone through an arc? Like, was it particularly difficult at one point? Did it change? That type of thing.
So you've got the physical health outcomes from surgery, which is surgery related. They are very much dependent on the individual. Everyone experiences varying degrees of difficulty or no difficulty. I've got a lot of urinary issues. I'm scheduled for urethral dilation, which has been put off twice now. I was meant to have it last week and then in a couple of days, and now it's the end of the month. But that's just so I can pee normally. Long term, there's not a lot that can do about all the sensory issue, the pain and all that sort of thing. But outside of that, the physical stuff, with the males, you've got people who have had other surgeries like vocal surgery, facial feminization surgery. They can't move parts of the body, the face. They don't recognize themselves in the mirror completely when they've detransitioned. So there's a great deal of the mental stuff, but the physical stuff, the health stuff, is very insidious. it's very silent, and you don't see it. You don't see it visibly apparent because it comes over time, and this comes in the form of multiple sclerosis, which came up on one of the chats that I had with the detransitioner. Osteoporosis, you've got the general autoimmunity issues, the fatigue, anemia, you've got the cognitive decline too. I'm always forgetting what I'm saying as well, and I've seen this happen a lot.
Everybody talks about that. Is that definite, or is this kind of one of those rumors? And do you think
So no, this is where I would come in, where professionals really need to do their job independently from all this and say, we need to look at the evidence, because I've, like, in a very, very basic fact finding and exercise, when I was talking my spiel to Blair White about the testosterone impact in your memory and stuff like this, I found many, many articles that proven over time that low testosterone in males increases cognitive decline, like, massively. And I'm talking like little low testosterone, not no testosterone, little. Guess what else also increases cognitive decline in males? High estrogen, right? So combine these two factors together, we're walking into a crisis, and we are just starting to understand the health impacts of how it is. But there are many, many long-term impacts that knock you over time. And obviously you've got the heart disease and the stroke and those things. Because one thing, Stella, I know you're desperate to come in, one final thing is the biggest killer of people, of males who take estrogen or cross-sex hormones, is cardiovascular disease, amongst all. Like, you're more likely to get a stroke or a heart attack amongst anything else because of what's happening in your blood. That is the killer, not suicide, nothing else, like, overwhelmingly.
You know, we have always wondered, one, you know, back in the day when I was first working in this world, we were waiting for detransitioners to come out, and we knew they were there, but we were waiting. And then, you know, they came out, and it's been very powerful. It's made a huge difference. It's opened a lot of eyes. Now everybody is waiting for the legal cases. Are you interested in that? Do you think we have enough emphasis on that as a movement, or is this something that we should give more support and emphasis to, or have any thoughts on that just before we finish?
I think the legal side is very dependent on the country. What's happening in the US, for instance, and again, we talk about this on the stream, where a lot is kind of happening in our name, but with no regard for the people who are impacted. So if you're going to forcibly take hormones off someone, for instance, in a bill that bans all hormonal treatment, right? Because that is proposed, for instance, and those people get told, if you don't have hormones, you're going to kill yourself. That idea is going to just synergize, and we're going to see a lot of people taking their own lives when they don't get this. And it's like, I know people are like, well, that's suicide baiting and all that sort of thing, but I'm like, well, I haven't given them an option. We've given them no way of tapering off, given them no alternatives, no discussion. It's just boom, you can't have it. And it's like, what would happen if, you know, we decided as a country we're going to stop all alcoholics from drinking by banning alcohol? And it's like, well, you know, you're going to kill a lot of alcoholics straight away who are physically relying on it, and you can't just, like, and I'm not saying it's that severe with hormones, but we need to understand that this is not a mentally fit group of people. These are people who are very distressed, and these people will react in a very, very catastrophic way.
I hear you. And somebody said that we've discussed the health implications related to transition rather than detransition. Interesting. What do you think?
Well, the health implications of detransition, not sure what they mean. I mean, like, I tried taking testosterone for a bit, didn't like it, didn't like what it was doing to my body because of the surgery I had inside. But I don't think synthetic hormones are healthy, full stop. Ideally, I'd like to come off all HRT, because they're only, if you want to, like, split hairs, the only real detransition is escaping the medical leash as well as the mindset. And for some of us, we are leashed for life without risking severe side effects. So if I take no hormones, and I tried this last year, I tried it for several months, zero energy for a start. I was sleeping like 16 hours a night on average. I was sweating uncontrollably. I was really tired. I couldn't focus. And it was like a very half existence, you know. So I don't know, unless another alternative presents itself, I don't think like detransition. I think it's probably healthier. It's definitely healthier for the female body from the people that I've talked to.
Okay.
But I understand some others are going to touch on this
Yeah.
subject
Yeah.
later.
Well, thank you, Richie. That was very, very interesting. We're going to move on to lesbian time. We're going on to the women.
Thank
And you can come and go as you please, Richie. I know you've got your own thing going on with YouTube premieres all day. And don't forget, anybody who is watching, if you're on Twitter, you know, or wherever, you know, Instagram or whatever, make sure you use the hashtag Detrans Awareness Day if at all possible. Thanks a million, Richie. It's lovely.
Thank you, Stella.
Lovely to
See you
have you.
soon. Bye-bye.
Right, we'll bring on Carol, Sylvia, and Rachel. If you can put on your... Oh, wait. No, hang on a sec. There. Hello.
Hello.
It's great to have you here. We're going to talk a little bit about, for starters, I know you run a kind of a support group for people. And is it, you can maybe start us off, Carol, if you don't mind, and then Sylvia and Rachel can jump in as they want. But will you tell us a little bit about the support group that you have? You and I will be talking later on, but about the support group you have, because I think it's really important people need to know that there's help out there in various ways.
Well, actually, I think Sylvia should take this because she did start it.
Okay.
It was her brainchild.
Excellent.
She invited me in.
Very nicely.
But
and
yeah, let her.
I'm going to bring in TR as well. So if you could open your video as well. Open your video, says the boomer. If you could put on your video, TR, it would be great. And Sylvia, it's not letting it do it. I think Saoirse will probably do it in a second. Yeah, Sylvia, could you tell us about it?
Yes. I actually, I have a little quick statement prepared about it that I can just read off to you if you don't mind.
Great. Yeah, please do.
So, I originally thought of starting this support group for those struggling with dysphoria a few years after I desisted from my own trans identity. I had come to recognize my experience of dysphoria with a fresh understanding of why I had the discomfort with my biological sex and how to overcome the distress without medical intervention. I had a feeling that other women had fallen prey to this fictitious narrative that discomfort with one's sex meant that so-called transition was the only solution. And I felt that if I could cope with my dysphoria in healthier ways, so could others. So I hope to help other women find peace within their body through other means besides synthetic hormones and cosmetic surgeries. But I also wanted to create a space to be able to speak on the moments of dysphoria that I still experience, and to be able to do so, importantly, without being told that I was a man on the inside.
It's such a key point you're raising, that many people who detransition still have dysphoria, and they still have to deal with their dysphoria, which led them to transition in the first place. It didn't work. And now they're still looking for things that will alleviate this distress.
Exactly. And you know, I have my own reasons for why I didn't choose to medically transition, but I did identify as genderqueer, as it were, for 3.5 years. And I know a lot of people like to say, well, that's a transgender identity. You weren't really trans. And that's fair. I never claimed to ever have been a transsexual, but I did experience crippling dysphoria and pretty horrific thoughts. And the desire to transition was there. Yeah, I just never did. And I wanted to find ways to create a space for other women to be able to work through these feelings. So I wanted this support group to focus on accepting ourselves as we are, to develop coping strategies for when we're under this seemingly unescapable self-hatred about ourselves, and most importantly, to support each other in becoming strong women who are unaffected by other people's perceptions of us. In this group, we use sex-based pronouns. We don't run from the reality of our biological sex or aid what I view as self-hatred by affirming that we were ever born in the wrong body or that we are inherently wrong. And we also don't believe that this discomfort we feel in our sex is an irreversible thing that can only be fixed with removal of healthy body parts and hormones. We encourage reflection and resilience and healing.
And how do you do it? Do you meet on Zoom? Do you talk on a Discord? Do you offer books?
Yeah, we
Whatever
meet.
books there might be.
We meet once every 2 weeks for an hour and a half. It's a group of all women, all of whom are same-sex attracted. And I say that because we have lesbians and bisexual women in there. But it is important that all the women are same-sex attracted, because for, I'm gonna say pretty much all of us, that same-sex attraction is part of what led us to identify as trans and what contributes to our dysphoria or dysphoria.
Got it. Well, I think it is dysphoria. Dysphoria is the opposite of euphoria. It's distress, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And could anybody else come in on why is it, do you think, so hard to be a lesbian? We're waving flags. We're talking about inclusivity. We're all bent out of shape with rainbow colors. Why is it still so difficult to be a lesbian? What is that? Yeah.
I have some thoughts as like
Please
I'm
do.
in my 20s. And I guess I wrote some notes here. So I was like a kid in the early 2000s. Like I think people assume that if you're younger that it's all been easy.
Yeah.
But I think that's really not the case. So I grew up like as a kid in the early 2000s, which was a way more gendered childhood than somebody growing up in the 70s or 80s. And it was probably a mixture of like consumerism and pushback to some of the gay progress that I think led to gender roles being more defined. So I think tomboys stuck out a lot more, and were singled out more in some
think you're right.
cases.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I grew up in a small town Midwest, homeschooled, evangelical, Christian, Republican, all that. And I realized that I had an absolute infatuation with a girl when I had just turned 11. It was 2007, so gay marriage was a huge thing, and it was my community that was pushing back on it, and I didn't know anything else. And so if you grow up in that background, you get, and it's very common in the US, like a lot of people in the US grow up in this sort of background. Like you get taught all these horrible things about yourself. And I know Carol has often said that homophobia is like a type of trauma. And I can say very confidently that I was a completely different person before and after that realization I had. Before it, I didn't really have I had social difficulties, but I didn't really care. I was very proud of my differences. And afterwards, and maybe a bit brash and I don't know, confident. And afterwards, I started really withdrawing. I developed insomnia because I was afraid of dying in my sleep and going to hell. Shame, self-harm, wanting to die, all of that. Like, and I was 11. Again, I had just turned 11 when this happened. So I was like a little kid. And then you combine that with purity culture, which is like term for some of the sexist ideas that exist in some Christian backgrounds that kind of teach shame around women's bodies. And it's a huge recipe for dysphoria, especially when you add that to the recent cultural changes that have happened. So I like to say that people kind of assume that if you're young, it's because you got into the big ROGD thing and you had a bunch of friends who were trans, but actually I didn't know anybody who was. It was like actually kind of the conservative culture around me that pushed me towards it. Because everywhere I went, I was taught that girls weren't like me. And it's important to note that all of this was totally subconscious. Like if you would have asked me during my transition if I supported gay people and butch lesbians, I would have said totally. But I started having health issues, detransitioned, and I started connecting more with older butch lesbians because there weren't any my age. There aren't really. It's really hard to find anybody like me my age. And I realized that I shared a lot of experiences with them that I didn't realize were really common among lesbians.
Yeah, I think it's a key point what you're saying, that there's a certain type of gender nonconforming kid who's, the family will say, no, they've no problem with people being gay. There's no problem with lesbians. And I'm like, yeah, they have a problem with themselves being lesbian. It's two things are going on, and it's quite difficult to penetrate. And also the gender nonconforming kid these days, it's not necessarily ROGD at all that's going on for those kids.
And that's why I think it's so, if I can jump in real quick, I think
Yep.
it's so important to offer a perspective that reflects the lesbian experience, because I think we are different than what is might be going on generally with other people who are transitioning. And this is why Sylvia and me and Rachel now is kind of a helper in the group too. Why we think that the group is so important is because young lesbians, and just any lesbian, even if you're older like me and 42 and decided to transition, come on in. We need to support each other, and that is really a space that we need. And one of the things that was so striking to me when I being in this group, it's taught me so much. But what's so striking is that here I am, 42, and I transitioned at 34 for the same reasons that a 19-year-old is nowadays. Like, we have the exact same reason we're transitioning. And that's the lesbian experience, in my opinion. We're transitioning because of homophobia. We're transitioning, usually we're mostly butch women, so we're transitioning because we're gender nonconforming. And those are the prime pushes. That's why we're transitioning. And it's sad in a way, because you're like, yeah, you hope there was progress, and there was. I'm not saying there wasn't.
Yeah,
there was progress, but man, if there wasn't a backlash too.
okay.
And I'd also just like to say, part of the homophobia that is experienced now, I grew up in the Bible Belt, like TR. So, the homophobia from the conservative Christians was all around you, even though my family itself was very accepting. But also, you now go to places with rainbow flags and progressive spaces, and lesbians are demonized and shamed and ridiculed for not accepting people of the opposite sex if that person identifies as a woman and a lesbian or whatever. It's, I highly suggest people look into the cotton ceiling. Frankly, it's rape culture, and so being a young lesbian in this time and trying to find community and a place where there's rainbows and we say we're going to be accepted, we can go there and be told, well, it's not sinful that you're same-sex attracted, but the fact that you're only same-sex attracted is transphobic and you need to get out. And it's the same exact thing. They're calling us sinful. They're just using a different word, and it's impossible to find community now.
If I
What's
can,
hard about, sorry, you haven't talked yet.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Rachel,
I just wanted
I
just wanted to bounce off of what Sylvia was saying, because my introduction into what trans was that I was coming out as a lesbian, and all of the lesbians that I knew at the time, which was very few, to be honest, I didn't have much of a community, but the few lesbians I knew were transitioning. Anyone who was somewhat butch or nonconforming, they were all transitioning. And then at the same time, I was trying to come out as a lesbian. I was trying to date, and I met someone who said that they were a trans woman. And I was told that if I didn't date this person, I was a bigot. And so that's a very real thing. They say it doesn't happen, but it absolutely happens, where, we try to say, this is my boundary, this is my sexual orientation, and we're told that we're bigots and that we're TERFs and that it's wrong. And it's homophobia, and it's regressive. And so there's this weird parallel of you're getting the homophobia from both the left and the right.
Yeah, I think we underestimate there's a deep well of homophobia that hasn't been addressed. It's like our mental health, because I come from the mental health perspective, and we're so up on mental health, and it's like, no, we're not. We're giving an awful lot of lip service, and sometimes the lip service does more harm than if we hadn't have given any service to it, or something like that. Tell me about, is it more difficult? There's something about the butch lesbian. Is it more confrontational to society to be a butch lesbian? Is there something more difficult about being a butch lesbian as opposed to a non-butch lesbian? Nutch.
Oh yeah, because I say that you know, a gender non-conforming woman, a woman who looks like me, is ugly by default, because I'm not feminine. I'm not performing femininity, and I'm a lesbian. I'm ugly by default. That's really hard. And whether we like it or not, our society really puts a lot of emphasis on women's attractability and being pretty. And when you're not, and when you were never, because I mean, just a little side story. When I was a girl, I had a younger sister, but 5 years younger, blonde hair and blue eyes, super feminine, fancy little dresses all the time. Everybody, all the time. Wow, she's so beautiful. She's so beautiful. She's so beautiful. Nothing to me. Absolutely nothing to me. You don't think you notice that. Like, you notice that. And so that's hard. The other thing that's a huge issue is when you're a butch lesbian, you cannot hide your sexuality. By default, people look at you and go, that's a fucking lesbian. And so no matter where you go, you cannot hide your sexuality. You have to wear it out all the fucking time. And that's really hard, because not only are you getting shit for being gender non-conforming, but you're getting shit for being a lesbian. And butch lesbians have nowhere to land. We are not with men. We cannot be with men. So we are not accepted in men's culture. We also are not accepted in most women's culture either. I can't tell you the number of times we get bathrooms. And I'm not going to get into that whole Twitter war again with a lot of these freaking women who say, that doesn't fucking, and it does happen.
No argument from me there.
It does happen. And yeah, sometimes it does happen. Sometimes they do think we're men, usually boys. They think we're young boys. And so, yeah, they'll be like, get the out of the bathroom. But most of the time, they know we're women. They know we're lesbian women, and they give a shit that. They don't want us there because they view us as predatory, disgusting. They want us out of their bathroom. Like when I was 6 months into my detransition, I had been off T for 6 months. And the first time I went back into a women's restroom. Me and my wife were on a road trip. I was so nervous that they would think I was a guy, because I had a 5 o'clock shadow, receding hairline, no breasts. I was dealing with less than what I started with to try to look female. So I go into the women's restroom at this truck stop. And while I'm in there, there's 2 women that come in. They see me go into the stall. I just try to keep to my own self. And they start speaking in Spanish. And I get the feeling they're speaking about me, but I can't understand it. Anyways, they leave. I come out first. I tell my wife, there's women and they're speaking in Spanish. I don't know what they're saying. And she's like, oh, my wife speaks Spanish. So she hears them as they come out. And basically what they're saying is they were saying I was a fucking dyke and they didn't want me in the bathroom. So they were throwing shade about me being lesbian. And my wife went off on them and scared them and they ran away. So that was good. But there goes to show you, I did pass as female, but they didn't want me there, not because they thought I was a man, but because they thought I was a lesbian.
Oh my God.
Which I am. But that was their issue. And so we get this so young. And I think being a butch lesbian is definitely that thing. You're wearing everything just right out there.
It's
and
nice.
I often say it's like death by 1,000 cuts. Because when you have to go day after day after day getting misgendered, called sir, and then getting the whole, oh, sorry, oh God, in front of everybody, that was always the worst. And it always happened in the grocery store when I was the person waiting to pay for my stuff and everybody was waiting behind me. You'd always get the grocer that'd go, sir, and then I'd open my mouth and they'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, I thought you were a guy. And then everybody would look at you and you'd be like, I want to die, That gets hard.
Well, that gets exhausting. I
It gets
used that
exhausting.
as a kid, and I want to talk a little about tomboys because they have a special place in my heart. And I remember as a kid, because obviously I was non-conforming as a kid, and I found it exhausting. I knew every time you meet somebody new, you were going to be asked, are you a boy or a girl? Are you a boy? It was going to come up. And sometimes you haven't the energy sometimes you just want to go and play tennis. And
Yeah.
it's death by a thousand cuts, because you just find this is draining, but you can't suddenly fake, not if you're me or Carol anyway, you can't fake being somebody different. So it's kind of like you're between a rock and a hard place. So what do you think? Because I think TR made a very good point about, I think it's harder to be a gender non-conforming kid than when I was, for example. Like, even though I found it exhausting, I think it's harder. It's got pink and blue since the 90s, and there's a small section of kids who really don't suit. And are the tomboys now pretending to be girlish because it's just too difficult? I wonder. Anybody want to take that?
Yeah, so when I was a kid, I was definitely a tomboy. And then I also grew up in a very evangelical fundamentalist household, very conservative, very homophobic. And there were very strict gender roles. So as I started to get older as a child, it got pushed on me more and more. And I started to pick up that the adults around me were treating me differently because I, liked boy things. And so I think that, children are very impressionable, and adults have taken on this mentality, whether they know it or not, of pushing children towards certain gender roles. And we take that into adulthood. So as I grew into an adult, I started to conform more and more into femininity, even though I wasn't comfortable with it. Because, as you've pointed out, it was easier, and I didn't want to wear my orientation on my sleeve. I wanted to be able to hide, which the irony is, if you're more feminine presenting, you're still not safe from comments and from harassment. If anything, you might get it more from men in a sexual manner, and just less of an aggressive manner. So you can't win. You can't really win. And I've gotten a lot more comfortable now, fortunately, with my presentation and with just kind of wearing what I'm comfortable with. But I do think that children are falling more into a pattern of being drawn towards certain things. And because, we see this all the time now, that if a young girl, is pulling bows out of her hair, oh, well, she's trans. And that's the rhetoric that's being pushed. So if we're going to push that rhetoric, we are regressing, 50, 100 years. And we're saying, oh, well, girls can't like these things.
Yeah.
I think so many kinds of prejudice, they still exist, but they shift, and it's really distressing, being, somebody who looks and sounds the way I am. And there's homophobia on the left, there's homophobia on the right, there's homophobia within gender critical and rad femme spaces. It's everywhere, including, like others mentioned, in queer spaces. But I think something that's important to bring up here is the idea of complex trauma and CPTSD. If anyone isn't familiar, it's basically, instead of traditional PTSD where there's a major event, it's a series of things that could be smaller, but they eventually add up. So that could include bigger things, like I was mentioning, like the fear of hell, but it can also be all of these different times that like Carol said, you're treated like a predator in the bathroom, or you're mocked as a kid, or you're just invalidated in a lot of small ways, and all of it just eventually builds up. And I connected with so much of what they were saying, like what Carol was saying about how feminine sisters are treated versus the masculine ones. And I was complimented basically if I was forced to wear something feminine, and I would be given gifts that were more feminine than things that I would actually like, and not stuff that I was actually into, and you're really pushed in a direction that's opposite to you, and kind of treated by society like you're ugly. And that's huge for women, and it all adds up. And what was I going to say about one thing that's kind of major is that when I was transitioning and had a beard and was binding and everything, I got complimented so much more on being such a handsome young man and all of these sorts of things, and my fashion and all of that, way more than I ever did as a tomboy. And then I blended in. It was much easier using the bathrooms. Just a lot of my life was a lot easier. And now I'm here with my receding hairline and this voice, feminine face. I've still got my female curves and all of that, and it's different. Like people just treat you different, and
So
you
interesting.
can pick up on the discomfort, and
I wanted to
it's
say,
worrying.
I wanted to say real quick that another key element of the difference between lesbians, specifically butch lesbians who transition, and other women who transition or people who transition, is that butch lesbians, when we transition, are doing it to hide. We are doing it to hide, and we are doing it to blend in. We're doing it to avoid.
Uh-huh.
So it's not at least
Yeah.
the ones, at least my experience is that that's why we do it. And that's why so many butch lesbians go stealth once we can pass. Because we know the minute someone knows we're a female, the jig's up. We ain't going to be treated with respect. And I will say this, nothing made me more of a feminist than passing as a man, because every single interaction I had on a day-to-day basis with strangers throughout the world, I got a smile, I got a yes, sir, I got talkative, everything from both men and women. The respect level was something I had never experienced in my life before.
And
So-
Oh yeah, I
can
can.
that's
Oh.
shocking.
Life, let me tell you, life is easier as trans. I'm just going to say,
Can I-
passing as a male is much easier.
Can I just say, I actually, I didn't quite have that experience when I was trans. And I do think, like, for the first 2 years I did pass, I kind of went along the lines of, I passed for a few years and then I was encouraged to, wear my queer out and proud and all that. But when I was passing and I was kind of trying to be stealth, I did experience some like aggression with men and some real issues there, but it was reframed by the people around me as transphobia. They weren't treating me badly because I was a woman and I was recognized as a woman who's wearing masculine clothes and whatnot. They were treating me that way because I was trans. So even when we do encounter these things as trans, identifying women, it's reframed not as sexism or homophobia, it's reframed as transphobia, and which is utter bullshit.
Okay, I want to ask what TR was going to say, and there's something else I want to ask you all before we finish this up, so you can think about it. I think you were going to come in with a point, and you can all think about it. Have you any thoughts on how parents, and I always want to kind of help anybody who's within the realms of it, on how parents can address potential internalized homophobia in trans-identified kids? Like, they're out there right now, and the parents can see that they're lesbians and resisting it. Is there any way of penetrating that wall? Just to have a think about that. Tior, you were going to come in with a point, I think, around this. Not
So like I said, I've kind of a confusing confluence of sex characteristics now, and I get read as all sorts of things. People get very confused, but I could tell when I was being perceived as male or female based off, like, if at my work, if older men would speak in some sort of kind of creepily, vaguely flirty or like condescending sort of way. And sometimes it was funny because they'd like say something and then I'd speak and they'd be like kind of horrified because they'd then think I was a guy. But like, you can just tell just based off like cues like that, because there's a certain level of like condescension that young women get that young men don't. And in response to your thought about the homophobia, I think a big thing is connect those kids, make sure that they're getting representation of visibly gender nonconforming gay men and lesbians. Like, make sure that they're seeing that and connecting to that, because a lot of kids don't get to see that. And there are great folks on there, everything from documentaries and historical figures to like, there are people on TikTok, like Cowboy Jen is one I think of. I know Sylvie has done some great stuff with that. So yeah, that would be my advice, because I think that's been really important to me.
Yeah. Anybody else want to come in on this before we finish off? And we will have more panels later on, so you will get more to say.
I think I totally agree with TR about the showing the media movies. Like, I'm thinking of like The Watermelon Woman's a great movie, just movies that don't have the trans identity transing away the gay, and finding finding families that, you know, to talk about, or like TikTok lesbians that have kids, and just showing happy families and that you can have a future that's positive. And I think if you're in a religious area, or, you know, things like that, finding religious figures that are deeply faithful, but that are all about self-acceptance and accepting everyone. You know, I think about, I saw this one mega church preacher, you know, and I'm Jewish, so I have no business watching these videos, but, you know, he gave a whole speech about how brave he thought gay people were for coming to church because they're getting hate. And in that speech, he didn't necessarily say he agreed with, you know, that it wasn't sinful, but the whole thing was him talking to his congregation about, like, we got to be more accepting, and we could learn something from the gay people that come to church even when they're hated. So just positive things like that. Particularly, I think of religious figures, because for me, at least, there was a lot of religious trauma. I also, before we move on, I wanted one quick thing about the tomboy. I think there's a dichotomy between wanting to be a tomboy and being a girly girl. Because I would always call myself a tomboy growing up, but if I'm being honest, I don't think I was a real tomboy, you know, but I prided myself on being a tough girl, of being a tomboy. I played all the sports, I could beat all the boys. And I made a point of saying, like, but I'm not a girly girl. I'm definitely not a girly girl. And the fact that girl was an adjective and a negative adjective, is something too. So, you know, it's a freaking double-edged sword. I just wanted to get that in there as well.
I'm going to finish it up with very well put. Good point, well made, as they say. I'm going to finish it off now, and we'll go back. We'll have another panel discussion. I'm really looking forward to it, which is No True Scotsman, the true trans debate. We will be revisiting, and make sure any points you don't make, look through the questions, some great questions from the audience, and we will be bringing in other questions from the fabulous questions we got from Twitter. I know as a kid myself, I think I had total internalized misogyny. I thought girl was like awful, weak, silly, giggly. Oh, nothing to do with me. I really thought it dripped off me as an awful word. So I totally hear you, Sylvia. Okay. And I would like, at one point, Carol, me and you are going to talk, but I'd like to talk about the older lesbians who seem to be transitioning. There's a whole thing there. Somebody's brought it up that I would like us to get at. I want to bring on Jasmine if she's into opening up, putting on our video, and I'll leave you to it for the moment. Hey, Jasmine, how's it going?
Hello, hi.
And so and if everybody else can turn off their videos, just so myself and Jasmine are talking. And so what this is about, it's a really interesting kind of title, Trusting the Adults, the slapdash process of medical transition for a teenager. I wonder, could you start off by just telling us your kind of story in the kind of, you socially transed at something like 15. How did you come across it? Where did it come from? You know what I mean? Tell us your arc. Were you a girly girl, tomboy, the whole thing, lesbian, not lesbian, ROGD, whatever?
Okay, well, I'll try and briefly go through it. My childhood is very reminiscent of what a lot of trans people cite, not being stereotypically feminine, having mental health issues, bullying, not having a very stable family unit. And you know, in hindsight, that is so these are all like really important things that were separated from my transition, when I think they play part and parcel now. When I was about 14, 15, I was spending a lot more time on the internet. Didn't really have any friends. I was kind of a social outcast, you could say. And I guess I always felt that I was very different to other people, and that I didn't fit in anywhere. And I can't remember exactly what it was, but I do remember the first time I saw a trans person online, and something kind of flipped, a switch flipped in my head, going, wow, that's really relatable. This person also grew up feeling like an outcast, also grew up with a lot of angst about the female body and such. And I kind of instantly decided that that was me. And I quite quickly came out as trans. When I was 15, I sort of told my family and my school, and it was quite quickly accepted.
And could you tell me, like, from the moment you saw, and it's unbelievable how many people say, I saw a trans person and I went, that's me, and I chased after it. What was the time? I don't want to drill you, but is it 6 months, a year, 1 month that you decided I'm trans and came out to the school?
A few months, maybe only a couple. It's a long time ago now.
Don't worry. And how did
I
the school get on? What did they say? And did you ask to change your name or your pronouns, or what did you do?
so I saw, someone who was identifying as trans online, and I didn't really know what it was. I had never met a trans person or come across anything to do with transgender up until this point. And so I looked into it. I watched a lot of YouTube, and for me at the time, it felt like it was making a lot of sense, and it was it was becoming a growing identity for me. I assumed it. And then the first person I explicitly said I feel like I'm a boy to was my pastoral care teacher at school. She had called me into the office because some teachers were complaining about the fact that I was falling asleep in class and daydreaming and stuff like that. That I wasn't very healthy at that point. I wasn't getting any sleep or anything. And then I told her, oh, well, I think I'm a boy and I'm going through this thing. And she helped me to change my name in school. And she didn't really know how to address it. So she got somebody from an LGBT trust. I can't remember which one it was, but she got someone from one of those places to come in and talk to me.
And did you then, were you using, let's say, he, him, new name, different toilets? And where were you in your head? Were you thinking this is my new life, or what was it like?
So I did get some crap from people in school.
What sort of year was this, just so I know?
About year 10.
No, but what was it like, 2015, 2018?
Oh,
yeah.
I would say 2015, end of 2015, yeah. No one else in the school was trans or openly out as LGBT or anything. So I did get picked on a bit, but I also got a lot of support. And in the very beginning of my transition, when I was just doing the harmless things like cutting my hair and changing my name and stuff, it felt like a very exciting thing. And it felt like a big distraction from all of the problems that I had been dealing with previously.
Okay. And so when did you decide to medically transition, or was that always a goal?
I think it was always a goal, because I had seen, when I was online and exposed to trans people, I used to watch their voice progression videos of being on testosterone or surgery vlogs and things like that, and it really hyped me up to do the same thing. I was very a bit like what Richie was saying earlier. I was like very transfixed on the idea, very obsessively wanting to pursue it. And when I talked to this lady who came in from the LGBT trust, she had come in to talk to me about what I was planning to do. She had brought all these forms along of how I could refer to an actual clinic. And I think it was her that made the initial referral. I also went to my GP. And at that point, they don't do it anymore, but if you are under 18, you had to go through CAMS, and any British person knows that CAMS is pretty terrible mental health service for kids, but you had to go through it first before you could actually see a gender clinic, which in my case was Tavistock.
And can I just jump in here, because Hannah Barnes made that exact point in her book, and she said people from CAMS who were, you know, who needed mental health support in lots of different ways were kind of shuttled towards GIDS, towards Tavistock. Do you think you were part of that group?
Well, I never went into CAMS as a measure to sort out mental health issues. It was meant to be a tick the box so that I could get to the gender clinic.
Got it.
It was something that's why they don't do it anymore. It's not a requirement anymore for under 18s, because a lot of them were just going there so that they could then be approved to go to a gender clinic. And the approval process was very vague. I had one phone call with them, with CAMS that is, and they just asked me a bunch of questions, and that was basically it. And then I was referred to Tavistock.
And tell us about the Tavistock.
Yeah, so Tavistock at the time, a pretty long waiting list, and I think I waited about a year to see them. And I only had about 2 or 3 appointments with them, because by this point I was 17. And when I turned 18, they moved me on to an adult service, but it was in London. And I went to, I think, 2 appointments with my mum. They were about an hour each. And it's a very weird time to think about, actually, because they were very, very airy, very floaty. Not like you would come in and they would be like, draw pictures, draw us diagrams about your family and stuff like that. It wasn't very guided. And we did, my mum was there as well. At this point, she was kind of concerned about what was happening, didn't really know what was going on, just wanted to support me. And we did go through some of the things which I would now flag as really important issues in my childhood that were overlooked. And actually, when I read my full diagnosis by Tavistock, a lot of the things in there, I think now, like, how could you just like brush past that? This is like a really important.
Yeah.
Were just like traumatic events that happened when I was a kid. Nothing I'll go too deep into, but even just like not having a father around, or a stable female figure around, or like neglect as childhood, or being severely bullied, and also being what would you say, like, when I was a kid, a lot of my teachers would try and contact my mum about getting me checked for autism, or all kind of stuff like this.
Wow.
Things that I think now were important issues that should have been separately addressed before just saying, oh yeah, this is all part of your transition. This proves that you're trans, because you still think you're a boy after all this kind of thing, basically.
And am I right in thinking you went to the Weberleys, you went to Gender GP as well?
Yeah, so when I turned 18, GIDS had written a report on me, but they hadn't fully diagnosed me yet with gender dysphoria, so I couldn't be approved for medication. They'd referred me to an adult service, and that took a further year and a bit to actually get an appointment with the adult service. So in that time, I was very impatient. I felt this sense of urgency because I had turned 18, that, you know, the longer I leave it, the more developed I'm going to be as a woman. And I was really scared about that. And so I was looking online for things to help. And of course, Gender GP comes up. I was with them for a couple of months while I was waiting to be seen by the Laurels, which was the adult service I went to. And their process, again, was extremely transactional. I never spoke to them. It was all via email. they sent me a bunch of things to sign, some documents about, you know, what testosterone does and stuff like that. Sign it, pay the money, and then get the hormone sent to you, basically. And I did that for a few months when I was 18 at this point.
And that's a kind of an enactment of the informed consent model.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And were you happy with that?
At the time, I was ecstatic. Now, no, it seems very, very unprofessional and very dangerous too. And I'm to understand that the Webberleys, the original doctors, had their licenses revoked or suspended or something not too long ago, probably because it doesn't seem like it should be a legal thing to just be able to access irreversible experimental drugs via the internet when you're a really young person.
And what did your mom think of all this? Because, you know, we call this trusting the adults. Do you follow me? Because you did the right thing. You went to the mental health services looking for help.
Yeah. My mum, when I first told her that I was trans back when I was 15, she was not too happy about it and she was pretty confused. And the next couple of years, there was some friction between us because she knew that something was wrong, but she didn't really understand what everything was about. My mum doesn't engage with the internet. My mum hadn't known anybody who was really even LGBT. And so she was one of the only people that pushed back against it in the early days. But she also was, in a sense, a victim of trusting the adults or the professionals, because after, you know, many professionals, especially because she came with me to the first appointments, after, you know, many of the professionals telling her that she was doing a really supportive, good thing and that this was going to improve my life and everything, she started to believe that too and didn't want to fall out with me anymore and began supporting me after a while. But she was the only one who pushed back. Everybody else in my life, the adults, the doctors, the therapists, the GPs, the teachers, they were all very supportive of it. And ultimately, I felt like I was doing a very noble thing, honestly.
Oh, which is so alluring at your, you know, at that age, it's so alluring. Did you get diagnosed with any other conditions in the midst of any of this?
No, I didn't actually. I feel like I should have after reading some of my reports, but it wasn't until after I detransitioned and I went to the GP because I was the only person who was available for me to talk to, that they said, oh, you know, you've got depression and anxiety, and I went on medication for a little while. And I wasn't really surprised about it because looking back, I was a very lonely, depressed little child, basically. So no, I wasn't at the time, but gender dysphoria, they diagnosed me with, yeah.
Because they usually lift, you know, autism and ADHD and all that sort of stuff. That didn't get lifted.
No, well, when I was a kid, there were a few teachers throughout my childhood that would tell my mum that she should take me to get tested for it. And I haven't ever been tested for it, so I'm not going to say that I am, but I definitely have traits of being on the neurodivergent spectrum, let's say, and I wouldn't be surprised if it affected me, as it seems to be a common thing shared between a lot of detransitioners.
And just before we ask, because I want to ask you a little bit about the detransition experience, because I know you were supported along to the transition, but just before that, social contagion, do you think it played any role, and how did it, if you think it did?
Yeah, so when I first transitioned, I was the only trans person I knew, but I very quickly accumulated trans friends from online and in person, and or at least, you know, friends who were non-binary or something. And they are very tight cliques. And I don't know too much about the science of it, but you know, when you put a group of really mentally ill people together and people who have very strong fixated idealizations about their body, you create a very negative enclosed bubble of people who just bounce their mental illness off each other, basically. So I would say it plays a part. I would say that it encourages people to transition. And I know as well that a lot of trans people who have trans friends get jealous and frustrated when their friends transition quicker than they do. And it just, it encourages them to feel this sense of urgency to, I have to transition now, I have to catch up to my peers. And I think overall it's a very negative environment. Yeah, social contagion, I think it definitely does play a part.
Thank you. Now, can I ask, what made you come to detransition? Had you gone far along the medical pathway, and what made you think, well, I'll stop?
Right, so I was seen by the Laurels, which is an adult clinic, when I was 19, and I had 2 appointments with them, maybe 1 phone call. And with those 2 appointments, they approved me for testosterone, and for surgery, I went on the waiting list for surgery. The first few months taking testosterone was great. And I think this is because it really mellowed me out. Like, as you probably know, being a woman, different parts of the month, different parts of the day, even, you have these like hormonal fluctuations, yeah, where you don't feel you don't feel like yourself, or you don't feel very happy, and you feel frustrated and stuff like that. And I of course thought that that was to do with me being trans. I didn't really understand that that was a hormonal thing. And when I started taking testosterone, as many trans people will tell you, it mellows you out. You feel a lot more stable. You don't feel so emotional about things. You don't feel like sad as often. At least that wasn't the case. That was the case for me, and it was great for the first year. And I felt very confident as well. It gave me a sense of confidence, and other people were saying, "Oh, you look really good. Your voice is deepening. That's so cool." And again, it just felt like a very noble journey for me. But I really started considering detransition after I had my mastectomy, because the mastectomy for me was the end goal. I wasn't planning to have bottom surgery or anything else. So it was the end goal for me. And ever since I was 15, I thought that once I had my breasts removed, I would be happy. And when I did have them removed, and I had the exact same feeling, I had to address something. I hit an impasse. And it made me think a bit more critically, which no one had inspired in me before. Am I doing the right thing? Was this really what I was supposed to be doing? And it took that surgery to make me really question it. And about 6 months after my surgery, I accepted that I was detrans, and I made the decision, I have to go through this. So for a little while, I was kind of hesitant to dig too deep into what it would be like to detransition, because I thought, oh, that's just too much to think about after everything I've done. And then, but I had to address it, because I didn't want to think, oh, what if I leave it another 10 years and then I'll really hate myself.
Oh.
So I just had
Was
to
there
push
any
myself to do
moment?
it.
Do you
Sorry?
remember? Was there any moment? Do you remember coming across Detrans? Was there any moment that you just thought, or was it hovering in the background as a concept, detransition?
I really don't, but going back to social contagion, when I removed myself from my group of trans friends, and I moved to university where every majority of people are cisgender and everybody's adults and independent. And I moved from my family, I moved from my trans friends, I moved from my old town where I transitioned. I was really left alone with my own thoughts, and I had the space to question it without the influence of anyone else from my transition. And I started taking it seriously at that point. And when I did start thinking about it, I watched some YouTube videos of detransitioners, some of which are on this panel, and I decided it had to be done.
Whoa, it's
I
so.
wanted to know what it was like to feel content, you know,
And what
because
did
I
you
didn't feel content.
went to the
afterwards.
doctors, didn't you, to say you wanted to detransition or something like that?
Yeah, yes, I was still a patient with the Laurels at this point, and I emailed them saying, can I set up a phone call or something with you get given a named professional who is kind of like, they're meant to be your point of contact when you have any issues. So for me, this constituted a big issue, of course. So I contacted them and said, I think I'm gonna detransition. I'm a bit unstable at the moment and not really sure what to do. Can you offer any support? And I got a response saying, thank you for using our service. We're now discharging you. If you ever want to transition again, then you'll have to apply again and go on the waiting list. So they just completely discharged me.
By email or by phone, or how was this?
By email. They didn't want to deal with me. So I paid for private therapy because I was quite desperate for someone to just talk to. I was feeling very mentally unstable at this point.
What age were you? You must have been so vulnerable.
Oh, well, I would have been 21. It wasn't that long ago. It was about a year ago. So yeah, it was about a year and a half ago. I just turned 21.
Wow.
And it was my first year of university. I paid for private therapy because I was very desperate to just talk to someone. NHS takes a really long time. So, but they didn't really know what to say. They weren't really that big of a help. And they were just telling me to do things like meditate and drink loads of water and stuff. And that really wasn't going to solve my issues. So I went to my GP and asked, like, oh, I really don't like talking about this, but please are there any services I can offer? Because first of all, I'm struggling with just like integrating as female again. I mean, one issue I had was that I started transitioning when I was a kid. I didn't even know what it was like to be an adult woman. I felt very like sort of out in the deep end. Not that I'm saying there's a certain way to be a woman, but it's just I didn't really know. I was very closed off from normal social interaction as a trans person. And I just didn't really know what to do. And also I wanted to get help with my voice, like, because I was a bit distressed about my voice being deep. And they just couldn't really offer me anything. My GP was very sympathetic, but she didn't really know what to say. She didn't know what to do. So the majority of this I kind of dealt with by myself, and it was a pretty difficult process, but I'm at a fairly stable point now, honestly.
Wow. Thank you. That was it's a shocking story, and it's a shocking story of, frankly, medical negligence. You know, you did everything right, and
Yeah.
you weren't looked after.
I definitely agree, and if anyone takes away anything from what I'm talking about, is that gender services are severely lacking. I really don't feel like they had my best interests at heart. I don't feel like they really wanted to make my life happier, because the more and more I transitioned, the worse and worse my mental health got, because I spent more and more time really wishing to be someone else, thinking that I was an anomaly as a human, thinking I didn't belong anywhere, thinking that I would never be happy. And even in the trans community, people say after you transition, you'll still always have gender dysphoria, you'll always feel bad about yourself. And I was totally prepared for that to be the rest of my reality. And I mean, even in the adult service, my doctor, I only had one appointment with, I also wanted to be honest about what was going on. Like what Richie said earlier, in the trans community, they do say that if you tell your doctor that you've been suicidal, for example, they might not transition you. So don't say that. I was prepared to be very open about it because I also just wanted to be happy. And my doctor asked me, do you have a history of suicidal ideation, self-harm? And I said, yeah, I do. And still 10 minutes after asking me that question, he says, you're very mature and you know exactly what you want, and we're going to transition you. It's going to be great. And at the time I felt like, yes, finally I've got to where I want to be. But now I think that was like serious medical neglect and completely unprofessional and unhealthy.
And it's burdensome telling an 18-year-old who has very definitely got mental trauma, telling that 18-year-old that they're very mature and they know what they want. I'm 48 and I'd be thinking, yeah, like I'd feel like I have a burden to reach up to then or something. That it's awful to put that on your shoulders. That's not what should have been led in.
No, I don't think it's even legal to talk like that to your patients. It was, like I said, I really did feel like I was doing something noble when I was transitioning. I felt like I was doing a brave thing and that it was going to be hard and I should just push through it despite the fact it was hard. And all the adults, to go back to the title of this talk, were encouraging of it. And my main issue now is that I really wish that someone had just offered something alternative. I never was told that, like, we should address autism first, or we should address your depression or your traumatic childhood first. It was just very slap bang, here you go, we'll get you on, we know you're desperate to transition, we want to make that happen for you. And I don't know whether they genuinely thought they were helping or whether there was something a bit more insidious, but either way, I don't believe in the affirmative care model, and I think there needs to.
So sorry, did you say you do or you don't?
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't believe that it's the
yeah.
I don't believe it's the best, at least not as the only form of treatment. It's for someone to come in, a child to go and say, I think I'm in the wrong body, and for the professional who's 40 years older to say, yes, you are in the wrong body, with no questions asked. I don't think it's appropriate, and I don't need to be a doctor or a medically trained professional to say that, because they should have helped me get through that. They didn't have to be mean about it. They didn't have to be like, you're never going to be trans and you're not really trans. There is an appropriate way to address it. But I think there should have been an alternative, 100%.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you so much for sharing your story. I know you're a bit nervous. You're an amazing speaker.
Thank you.
You really are. Very, very, very compelling. I know Richie has a question and I want to hear Richie's question. Maybe put on your video and then we'll go over to Rachel, because she has a very powerful story to come that really goes with Jasmine's. So go ahead, Richie.
First of all, I just wanted to say well done, Jasmine. That was absolutely immense. I saw a few questions about suing in the chat, and I just wanted to raise this. And offer this to yourself, Jasmine, and anyone else who wants to take this up, but there is a group of us who are looking at building like a more group case against the gender clinic, but we're in a very early stage. And if anyone's interested in joining in, please do let me know, and I'll connect you with my solicitor, and they'll do that for free. Yay.
Thanks, Richie. Thanks for saying that. I do think there's a kind of an arc of, you know, first of all, people spoke up, and then detransitioners spoke up, and now there's a very definite new chapter of legal cases. So I'm going to ask Rachel to come in now, and Rachel's going to speak about what I think comes in very strong with Jasmine's, because Jasmine's was about the slapdash process and how the adults really didn't, you know, the informed consent model didn't work. And you want to specifically talk about, am I right, the health outcomes of transitioning. So do you want to just take the floor, and I'll ask you questions as and when they come?
Absolutely. And if I get too passionate, I apologize. It's something that's very important to me. It's impacted me very personally. But I see transition as medically assisted self-harm. I think that what's going on is medical malpractice. And on the note of suing, here in the States, the laws in each state are different. And so it's really complex for us to come out of this with medical conditions and health problems and be able to sue. We're not usually able to sue because the what's called the statute of limitations has passed. So there's too much time that's gone from when we started to when we're seeing these medical conditions pop up. And that's been my case. So I've had a lot of medical complications happen as a result of transitioning. I was on testosterone for about 6 years. And during that time, I ended up walking with a cane. And I ended up at the very end there having renal failure, which is actually what led me to detransition in the first place.
And when you were walking with a cane, how did you get from walking to walking with a cane? Like, and did you think this is testosterone?
I didn't at the time. So testosterone in women can affect our bone density. And I have a congenital hip condition. So my hips were already fragile going into this. And then to add bone density loss onto it, I ended up falling and having several different fractures just from falling on the ground. And so I ended up walking with a cane because my hip bone was so fragile because of that.
And I've seen quite a few people, to the point that I've actually seen some kind of really groovy, for want of a better word, canes, like blue canes, and and it's like it's become part of the kind of the trans world is the cane.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so sad, honestly, to see so many women who, I mean, I know so many women who've transitioned who are still taking testosterone and are having health complications. And, you know, doctors will not say, you know, this is due to testosterone use. You need to stop. You're hurting yourself.
And did any doctor say it before we go to the renal failure? Did any doctor say it about the cane?
No.
It's well established, testosterone and osteoporosis and weak bones.
Yeah, no, they said, oh, well, you know, it's kind of come out of nowhere, but maybe it's just because of your birth defects, you know, with my hips that's happening. But they really didn't link the two together.
And then you had renal failure. What does that mean, and how did it come about?
So I had I had the beginning stages of kidney and liver failure. I was jaundiced. I was urinating blood. I had extreme back pain and was having trouble walking, vomiting all the time. It was really hellish.
And did somebody say testosterone might be the problem, or?
Yeah, so fortunately, I was seeing a different doctor than the initial doctor that I had seen, who was very, very adamant about, you need testosterone, you need surgeries. But I saw a different doctor, and fortunately, she just kind of couldn't be bothered with doing tests and things like that. So she said, well, the only prescription you're on right now is the testosterone. Maybe you should stop taking that or wean off of it and see if that helps with the renal failure. And I went from the injectable testosterone to the gel testosterone for about a week or two, and noticed that my symptoms were improving. And then I just stopped the gel and I stopped testosterone completely.
And did you tell me that you got pushback from the trans community for going from the injections to the gel? They thought you were weakening your transness or something.
Yeah. So the reaction to me just stopping testosterone was incredibly aggressive. I had people saying, you're a traitor, you were never trans, you're just a cis, and all this stuff. And the whole time I'm like, this is my health, and at the time I wasn't really considering detransition. I didn't know what that was. I didn't think, maybe this was all wrong. At the time, I really was just prioritizing my health.
Yeah. And the kind of, you go on an arc, and I have to say, so many people I know who have detransitioned for their health, and then later psychologically detransitioned, if you follow me. Health came first. Literally, testosterone is vicious to the female body. So you had a kind of, after you stopped testosterone, quite a few different things happened. So do you want to tell people, it gets better by the end, but it's very dark for a little while.
It does get dark. So after I stopped testosterone, I ended up having 3 mini strokes, which they're called transischemic attacks, TIAs. They are very similar to a full stroke, except that the blood clot essentially dissipates. So I had neurological damage from that I still kind of deal with. And my left side of my body just went numb and limp, and I couldn't talk. It was very scary. I had 3 of those, and they could not give me a solid answer as to why. I know now that that's a side effect of testosterone, and that is well established by endocrinologists, that high levels of testosterone use by females raises your risk of heart attack, heart disease, stroke. These things are very real, and they're not discussed when you're first going in and talking about, hey, I want to start testosterone. That's not a warning they give people.
And then, am I right in thinking you had endometriosis? Like the strokes were bad enough, but it got worse.
It got worse. Yeah, I ended up diagnosed with endometriosis, and initially, to treat the endometriosis, one doctor actually put me on Lupron, which here in the United States is used as a puberty blocker. And the Lupron destroyed my body. I was bedridden. I couldn't walk. My hair fell out. I have permanent memory loss from it. And after that one dose, I researched it because I didn't know what it was. And I was put in a position of, do this or you're going to continue to be in pain and suffer. And it was very reminiscent of the situation I was in when I first transitioned, of you're going to continue to suffer and possibly die if you don't do this treatment right now, right away. And this is the only answer. And so I was in that situation again with the Lupron. But upon researching it, I was like, why are they putting this poison in people? So I stopped taking that. Eventually, I saw a surgeon who was fantastic. She's a specialist here in the United States. She's one of the best doctors for endometriosis. And I was very lucky to get in to see her. She performed 2 surgeries, the first of which was to cut out the diseased tissue. The second surgery, unfortunately, the disease spread to my uterus. And by the time it spread, she told me, your uterus is just covered in this disease. We got to take it out. It's going to keep spreading to your other organs. So I opted to have a hysterectomy. And what a lot of people don't realize about hysterectomy is it is a major surgery. I remember from my trans days, all the trans identified women that I knew wanted a hysterectomy. They were just pushing for it, gunning for it. And it's very traumatic to heal from. And it can raise your risk of cancers. You can have complications. I ended up having like infections and bacterial infections. Also testosterone causes vaginal and muscular atrophy in your reproductive area. That's not really taken into account. So you have someone who's been on testosterone for 5-6 years, you give them a hysterectomy, that also adds to atrophy. So I ended up with prolapses, where it got to a point where, to be perfectly crude, my insides became my outsides. I ended up hospitalized because they saw parts of me that were coming out of my vagina.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
And from what you told me, there were the 2 years after stopping testosterone were really wickedly vicious on you. And then it reduced, the awfulness kind of started to stop. Is that right?
Yeah. So, I was very fortunate that my renal failure, after I stopped the testosterone, I got on a different diet, and I was taking better care of myself. That's subsided, and then the endometriosis, I was treated for that with those surgeries. That hasn't come back yet. There's still always a chance that it might come back, but I've been out of it for 3 years and no signs yet. And I've been to physical therapy, and that has helped me with the atrophy some. And so things are getting better, but the outcome of coming off of testosterone, I really wish that I had a medical team who was educated, who was honest, and who was prepared to guide me through the physical turmoil that I would go through.
Oh my God. I think there's a huge, from what we learned when we opened Beyond Trans as a part of the GenSpec service, we realized there's so many questions, people who've been impacted by medical transition, that there were no answers, if you follow me. So all these questions and nobody knows the answer, and they say we're waiting for the research. We do not know. So it's literally experimental. It
is.
Yeah.
And it really makes me angry that we are giving this drug out so easily to vulnerable people, people who are desperate, and we're telling them, this is what's going to fix you. This is the only thing that's going to fix you. You're going to die if you don't have this drug. When it's experimental, there are warnings on these drugs saying, don't give this to women. And yet we're giving it to women. It makes no sense. And we have no regulation of it. There's no standard dosage. There's no, let's test, for this or that or the other. There's no even conception of taking into account people's past medical history. I wasn't, I was forthright with telling my doctor, this is my medical history. And still, I have these hip issues, and they gave me something that's going to cause bone density loss. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I would like to ask you, there was something you said about basically when you medically transitioned, there was a kind of a period of very difficult times, and then it receded. And now do you think, I know I'm kind of repeating myself, but do you think it's more on an even plane now?
I'm relatively stable now. Due to both testosterone use and the hysterectomy, my ovaries ended up failing. So I'm on supplemental estrogen now. To be frank, it has affected my sex life pretty dramatically. It has had permanent damage, but I am in a place where I understand enough about my body and my own history to be able to advocate for the things that I need. It does frustrate me that I can't seem to find doctors who are willing and competent enough to monitor me for various risks. So, if I were to have another mini stroke or a full stroke, I know that if I go in and I say testosterone caused this, they would say, no, it didn't. And that frustrates me a lot, but I do take very good care of myself now. So that's been very helpful. And like I said, I know a lot more about my body now, which is great.
Yeah, You've been to the bottom and you've come back up.
Yeah.
Wow, what a story. What a story, Rachel. Thank you very much. You're going to stay on now and Sylvia's going to come up because both of you had two very different experiences, therapeutic experiences. And I thought it'd be interesting to compare and contrast. Am I right in thinking before we go up to Sylvia, you had an affirmative experience? Just give us a little bit about that. And then we'll hear what Sylvia had, if you follow me.
Yeah. So my gender therapist was all about affirmation. She was ironically a lesbian, and she told me repeatedly that I wasn't a lesbian. I was definitely a man in a woman's body. I have a history of mental illness, which I was transparent with her about. I have a history of sexual trauma, which I again was transparent about. But all of that she took to mean, oh, well, that's because you're trans, or this is all leading up to you being trans. It was never addressed on its own. It always had this sort of link to me being trans. So she really pushed me towards that. And I even at one point expressed my doubts to her a few months in, and she said, oh, that's normal. You just have to push through it. So even when I expressed doubts, she was saying, no, you're still trans.
Yeah. And Sylvia, in comparison, what was your experience of because I'm thinking basically about therapeutic. For me, conventional psychotherapy would explore everything. The affirmative model is very narrow and it says you're trans. Like Sasha, I add my lovely co-host, says you're a walking gender identity. And we like in the round, we like to see the full person. So tell us, Sylvia, what was your experience?
Well, first, I'd like to say that I always say that if I'd had a different therapist or if I'd had a different experience with therapy, I would be in a very different position. I started experiencing severe dysphoria at around 18, 19. But I didn't, that's how I understood it to be, was gender dysphoria. But I had this therapist who I had been with since I was 4 years old, which sounds like a long time because it is. But I started going to her when my parents got divorced, and I would meet with her and do play therapy. And then around 10 or 12, I think I said, can we stop playing? Can I just talk? And so we went into the other room and I would draw for her or talk to her. So this woman had been with me literally my whole life. She knew all of my life experiences. She knew my family history. She knew about my sexual orientation and how much I struggled with it. To be honest, I would say she probably knows me better than I know myself. And she always, her goal was always to make me or to guide me into self-love and self-acceptance as I am, right? So when I was self-harming because I was a lesbian, at the time I was saying I was bisexual because I was determined, she was trying to help me, as she puts it, untangle the trauma that's informing my sense of self and my worldview. Because if this finger's trauma, it's like warping me and making me think things and do things that are not naturally to who I really am, right? My true self, as it were. Mm-hmm. So fast forward to college, and I start experiencing what is classified as, gender dysphoria. I had nightly visions of graphic detail of me cutting off body parts, my breasts. I had crippling anxiety at being perceived as a woman. And I call my therapist, who I hadn't spoken to. We speak like once a month as a sort of a touch base. And so I'm in college and I call her and I tell her, hey, I'm having these visions. I'm having these dreams of cutting off body parts and of, I'm not able to leave my dorm. And she said, well, let's talk about what's happened in the past few months. Like, have we missed anything? And when I told her I identify as genderqueer, I'm not sure that she understood what I meant, but I trusted that she supported me. She neither affirmed nor denied what I was saying. she just said, oh, okay, noted. Let's go back to wanting to cut off body parts and how that is giving you a peace of mind. And for her, I think her understanding of knowing my history with internalized homophobia, knowing my history of, assault and whatnot, was able to see these symptoms were from other comorbidities. Is that the right word? But she never said, you're not trans, you're not this. She just said, well, let's talk about this experience that you had. Let's explore how that made you feel. Where in your body do you feel it? She really always had me going back to being in my body. And it's really because of her, since the age of 4 until I was at that time 19, had always been about accepting myself as I am. So because I had that sort of mindset, I knew that getting a surgery was not something that I wanted, because I did not view that as self-love. And as far as HRT goes, I come from a family of doctors, and I was made aware of the negative side effects that hormones could have on my body, but also just the lack of research that there was. And so I was given a very special set of cards, but this therapist,
it does occur to me, and I'm going to ask Rachel what was her experience in comparison, but it does occur to me, Sylvia, that had your therapist not known you since you were 4, might she have been afraid to have this conventional exploratory therapy? Because so many therapists won't touch this subject because they're afraid of it.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I think I haven't asked her recently, but it's my understanding that now she could lose her license or get fired from where she works now if a teen comes to her and says, hey, I'm this. She has to affirm it. And if I, like I said, different times, she would have,
Extraordinary. And what was yours in comparison, Rachel? What was your experience?
Well, like I said, my gender therapist was extremely into affirmation, very much pushing me towards transition. And I want to say too, I've been to therapy since detransitioning, and I've seen 3 different therapists, and each one of them has pushed for me to retransition. I had one therapist actually call me a TERF because I was saying, I don't want to talk about this. It causes me trauma to talk about it. I don't feel comfortable talking about it with you right now. And he started to get me to open up about it a little. And I said, these are the problems within the community that I've experienced. And he said, well, that sounds very turfy of you. And I said, this is why I didn't want to talk about it. I feel
that's deeply inappropriate.
Oh yeah.
Well,
needless to say, I fired him, but
wow.
But it's really frustrating that detransitioners, we have, I look at transitioning, for me at least, as a trauma. It was really devastating. It's impacted my life in so many ways, and I can't talk about it in therapy without a therapist saying, oh, well, you're wrong, your views are bigoted, and you should actually retransition. It's ridiculous.
Okay, on behalf of my industry, I yet again apologize. It's awful. It's awful. It's just awful. It's inappropriate. This is not in the training. In the training, we're open and gentle and exploratory, and we don't call people any names, let alone TERFs, let alone detransition. Oh, where do I start? What we'll do instead, rather than me just lose my ability to speak, let's open it up, because we're going to have the No True Scotsman debate. So we call this the No True Scotsman. It's the true trans debate. Anybody who wants to join, I'd like to kick off with Tior and see what her thoughts on this is. But it's about, just put on your videos if you all can, anybody who wants to join in. And the point is the true trans debate as such, because, the point of the No True Scotsman, where it comes from, is no true Scotsman would put sugar in his porridge. No true Scotsman would wear underwear underneath his kilt. As in, the point is that if you were truly trans, you would never have transitioned. That's the kind of the kind of concept. Is Tior there? Is she gonna come on? Because I think she was gonna come on and speak first. Where I'm getting mixed up with all the people. Yeah, you're on. Great. Do you want
Yeah,
to,
so
you want to kick
oh.
it off? Kick off.
Yeah, so I've got to leave a little early between daylight savings confusion and then things running a little off schedule. I have a few people coming over, but I think this topic is really fascinating. So my personal experience is that I was the trans person who kind of everybody saw as the true trans, if that makes sense, because like a lot of people who were straight and not trans or anything, like I would talk with them about things and maybe they thought some of the other stuff was a bit more out there, but like, oh, it made sense for me, right? I had my first like, my gender dysphoria started like in elementary, so I was young, always very tomboyish. People didn't necessarily expect it because it wasn't a big thing yet when I transitioned, but they were not surprised in the least. People just thought I was going to be like a lesbian, but it wasn't too surprising.
You were the classic trans kid.
Yeah, and I can see some elements of ROGD in the sense of like, getting kind of fixated on it and it getting worse as I fixated more. But for the most part, I think I don't really fit that profile as much. And the reason why I'm saying this is that I feel like if I wasn't, and I know this is the case for a lot of detransitioners, a lot of like trans medicalist types kind of assume that all of the detransitioners were like, what do I say? Like that we weren't the true trans like them, but a lot of detransitioners actually were trans medicalists. And I kind of feel like if I wasn't, like, I don't think there's any way to really be sure. And I remember before my transition, I looked into detransition stories, and most of it was like very ex-gay-esque, very Christian, all of that at the time. And since I had tried to pray the gay away for a long time, I assumed, well, this is like that, so that's not going to be me. But I did kind of in the back of my head thought, if I do this, there's the possibility that it might be wrong for me and I might need to go back and regret it. But it didn't feel real to me until it happened. But we don't have any way to really be sure. And I think it's really interesting that the true transsexual is almost always like the gender non-conforming homosexual. Like it's always the butch lesbians who are really the ones who are meant to be men. And so I think sometimes the way we talk about that can have a twinge of homophobia to it, even unconsciously. And to be honest, where I'm kind of standing now is I think that, yeah, don't mind background noise if it's there. My kind of feeling is, I think medical transition and binding and all of that, I feel like it should be avoided if at all possible because of the health consequences, because it's a major intervention. However, I feel like I have no way to know if some of these people may otherwise have killed themselves or something without it. It's possible, I don't know, but I think it should be a last resort, especially because we really have no way to measure who's going to do it versus who's not. And the thing that is so funny is that a lot of the people who are like, oh, you weren't true trans, I was a lot like them, and just as confident in myself. And I think that give me a second, I just lost a thought, but I think it was an important one.
Well, I'll talk for a second while you're
thinking. I remember
going.
Actually. It's what I was going to say is that I think it's really what really truly infuriates me is that it's the same people who think it's oftentimes, not always, but it's often the same people who are like affirm. It means that like if you think you're trans, you must be trans, and they'll say that. Like, if you're questioning it, you must be, and they're totally for the affirmation model and all of that. But then the second that somebody has regrets, it's like, oh, well, you're stupid. You were never really true trans in the first place. And it's kind of like, pick one or the other, like you can't have both. And I think it's almost kind of gaslighty. And that really bothers me. But yeah, I don't know. Those are my kind of convoluted thoughts on the topic.
I'm down to hear who wants to come in next. Richie, I think, is coming in next.
Yes.
And I'm sure everybody will have something to say. It's a very heavy medical burden on the body transitioning. It's also a very heavy medical heavy psychological burden on the person, and it's arguably a sociological burden on society. Go on, Richie, tell us what your thoughts are.
There's so many people who I've talked to in the detransition sphere. By the way, if I disappear, it's because my cat has learned how to turn off my computer when he doesn't get fed, and he's here now. So I do apologize if I just anyway, a lot of us were true trans. Like, we were like very true trans. We were like, yeah, we're because I said it before, like, I believed I was literally a woman in a man's body, sort of thing. And I find it interesting that we get a lot of aggression from these people who assume that, oh, well, you're never really trans, or they go off to the next talking point, which is, well, just because it doesn't work for less than a percentage of people, why should we even listen to these people? And they treat us like collateral at best case scenario. It's like, fine, it didn't work for you, but it's working overwhelmingly, so doesn't really matter what you do. So I'm getting distracted by my cat, who's me own for food. So that was pretty much my main point, that a lot of us were true trans. We did believe it, and these people do worry that they're seeing themselves in us, I think. And they have to make some sort of intellectual concession that either we're being used, which is a good one. I've seen this on Twitter today, actually. It was really funny. From a famous, well, not a famous, the low-key, actually, trans activist who said we are willing, either gullible detransitioners or willing colluders to align with an organization like GenSpect. So yeah, you either fit in a box. They love the boxes, funnily enough. They love the categories. Which type are you? You're either gullible, or you're vindictive, or you're lying, or you were never trans. Which one? Pick one. But you can't just be a detransitioner who sorry, no, wait, you're like,
or you're a far-right Christian zealot.
Awesome like that, and you're not allowed to be used an individual unless it fits their narrative. You are allowed to be a detransitioner as long as you hit their tune and say, oh, it doesn't work for me, I accept it, and you essentially bend the knee, as it were.
I do think I'm very interested in what Sylvia's coming and good for you. This isn't a safe space. You can say what you need to say, but I do think it's really important that people realize that so many people don't actually know they believe in gender identity. I believe that they believe it, but they don't quite know it. They've imbibed it. They've ingested this idea that there's such a thing as trans, and they haven't actually critically thought about the fact that they believe it. But come in, Sylvia, I know you're coming in to say something. I'm going to turn off my video for 1 second, but you tell us what you've got to say. I'll be back.
Yeah, well, Richie, I want to say too, that the detransitioners that get applauded or like supported the most are the ones that maybe become a she, they, or a he, they, and they're still gender fluid, like they're still embodying a gender identity, which is, anyway. I wanted to bring up the point that it's often said that you're only trans if you medicalize, and that everyone else, like the non-binaries or the people that just change it, are transgenders, which I was one of those people. But here's the thing. People medically transition to appease or not appease, to alleviate the dysphoria that they're experiencing. And for me, I knew that medicalization was not going to be in the cards for me. And so the way that I was able to how do I keep saying appease, alleviate the dysphoria that I was experiencing, that is classified as gender dysphoria by the DSM and the internet, was by changing my pronouns, by trying to pass. I never really passed that well, but it's still, for me, being genderqueer and being not a woman was the only way that I was going to be able to live happily. I think it's interesting when they say, well, you must not have experienced severe enough dysphoria, because true trans people would actually medicalize. That's the only way that they could really be happy. But then they go on to say, well, if you do that and you're still not happy, then you detransition, you were never trans. You're only trans if it did work for you. I feel that my experience and this cognitive dissonance is that being trans is a mindset, and it's a core belief in a gender identity. And I like to ask the question, what's the difference between a passing trans person and a detransitioner who's maybe gotten surgeries, irreversible surgeries, and the detransitioner who's mistaken for their sex? What's the difference between that detransitioner and the true transsexual? It's a mindset. One person says, well, nope, I detransitioned, I am this is my sex. No matter how many times I get missex or misgendered, I will always be my sex. And then the trans identifying person says, well, no, I am not really, I am my sex, but more so I am my gender that I present as. And if I get clocked as that, if I get seen as that, that's what makes me that. And the only difference between those two people is a mindset, which to me is exactly what it was for me, who didn't medicalize, was the mindset of, I'm not a woman, I am genderqueer, or I am a man. There were some days that I wanted to be a man. It's, sorry, I have a note here. It's, I feel as if the true trans narrative exists to aid people from running from their sex and running from the reality that they are their sex, and to kind of give an excuse for people to cater to their desire to be seen as the opposite sex. And if they're truly trans, it makes more sense for people to validate them and call them by the wrong sex pronouns, or to allow them to use spaces that are supposed to be single sex. If they're true trans, it's okay. And I have absolutely so much empathy for people that are struggling with dysphoria and that are crippled by it and that have gotten these surgeries and that are just trying to exist happily. Like I cannot say how much I sympathize and wish that I could just take away that pain, but it's not the responsibility of everyone else to help you do that. And I think the true trans narrative is the last bastion of trying to get people to help with other people's inability to cope with being the sex that they are, or with being a homosexual for that matter.
Yeah. I think you're right. It's gone so deep as a truth, as a kind of a truth, that people are so shocked when you might say, oh no, that's not the way I term this at all. Like I see dysphoria as a very distressing condition. Jasmine, you look like you've got thoughts there. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be reading it. You're on mute. And then I'll ask Carol and Rachel to come in then.
Yeah, it's interesting talking about the way that other people receive detransitioners' confessions about how they actually feel about their transition. Something, I don't know if anyone's touched on it yet, but something that's quite interesting to me is when most people are under the illusion that people detransition first and foremost because they lack support from their parents or friends. The main reason anyone detransitions is because no one was affirming them enough, which is why, you know, you see a lot of trans people now talking about how important they think affirmative therapy is. Even if you type in detransitioner on YouTube, one of the first YouTube shorts that will come up is of a transgender YouTuber saying that, you know, the only reason most people detransition is because not enough people are accepting them as trans. And I'm not saying that some people do live in those cases, but if you look up any detransitioner's video, overwhelming majority will say, no, I was misdiagnosed, or it wasn't right for me. I made like the decision to detrans because something went terribly wrong. I think it's like very disingenuous for people to say that that's the only reason that we detransitioned. Isn't because we came to a logical conclusion. It's because we didn't have enough support.
Yeah. And I've noticed so many people saying I had so much support when I was trans and I had so little support when I've noticed so many people have said the opposite. Carol, what is your thoughts of the true trans debate?
I want to say that I am the truest transiest person ever. Right here, I have a copy of the DSM-5. In here, I meet every single criteria for gender dysphoria. I have met every single criteria for years. So if you want to say it's a medical or a mental health, medical, whatever diagnosis, and then the transition is a treatment, then it should have worked for me. If you want to say it's an ideology or a belief or whatever, then I believed it. It's like, how can you say somebody wasn't trans when they met like all of the things you're saying you have to meet to be trans? They did. Yet when I transitioned, I realized that I exchanged one group of problems for another group of problems. Some things were helped and some things were made worse. And at the end, it was a wash. It was like, okay, sure, now I'm not seen as a woman, so that's easier. But now I have to like hide it every day in a way. Like, you know, every time I go to use the men's bathroom, that's a little unnerving. I have to worry. Oh, and also the men's bathrooms just do not have stalls. So like, it's a big pain in the fucking ass. Like I'm going in there, I'm like, great, I have to make sure there's a stall available or else have to leave. And then if you're at work, that's a whole different thing because then you're more like intimately in contact with the males you work with. And it's just a big, like, running from your actual biological sex is just, it is mentally taxing.
Yeah.
Really mentally taxing. And that's why I believe the people who stay trans and stay happy have to stay in the ideology. If you leave the ideology, you're going to be unhappy because the reality is going to set in. You're going to have to live in the reality that exists everywhere else. That's why the most like, I see the people who really stayed in the trans stuff are the ones who are doing all the activism and in the ideology. You have to stay in the ideology. If you don't, then you're going to be really disappointed because the rest of the world doesn't give a shit about you. They don't care about your feelings. And that's the reality. If you're going to be a woman or a man and you're going to try to manipulate your body to look like the opposite sex and go into their spaces, there's consequences for that. And it's going to be a hard life.
Yeah. Yeah, well said. Well said. Before we go on to Rachel, do you think, maybe you can answer this, Rachel, do you think to be a mental health provider, like a therapist who affirms, do you have to believe in true trans? Do you think they all do believe in true trans? Or are they more cynical and just doing whatever their job is telling them? I wonder.
That's a good question. I think there's this great misconception about what dysphoria really is. So we, in the trans community, you see gender dysphoria as kind of the answer to the problem, as far as like that's what's going on. But the real issue is much deeper than that. And usually there's several issues. You know, we've talked about comorbidities, and I know from my discussions with so many detransitioners, we all have so many of these other things that have combined to lead us to seeking transition as a resolution. And I think the mental health community really needs to understand that gender dysphoria is just the surface. You've got to dig deeper than that. And transition isn't going to solve those deeper issues. It's purely cosmetic. And when you are saying that to solve suicidality and depression and mental illness and history of trauma and eating disorder, when you're saying to solve all of these problems, it's really just gender dysphoria and we just got to cut off body parts and inject you with hormones, that's not going to solve those problems.
Yeah. I think you nailed it with that. Just because, like, as kind of Carol said earlier, wherever you go, there you are. You know what I mean? You're running, and you can try this and you can try that. And Richie opened it really very well with running from yourself, hoping that the solution will be somewhere, and it ends up being more complex than medical transition is the answer as far as I can see. We're going to move on. Oh yeah, Carl, you coming in
Can I
with
say
something?
just one more
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah, please do.
It troubles me that as a society, we've become very comfortable with such a fundamental lie.
Yeah.
I mean, what about just that? I was raised to be to believe I was taught that lying was a big no-no, and you're supposed to be honest, you're not supposed to cheat and all that kind of stuff. But this is a lie. You are lying to yourself, you are lying to people around you. I believe that when I was trans, when I was masquerading as a man, I was lying to all the people around me and involving them in my lie. And that is, in my opinion, that is unethical and dishonest and not a good trait.
Yeah, I think there's something when I said the societal burden, there is a burden on society. You said something before, I think, Carol, I read, or maybe you said it to me, you were working with a child or something and you felt uncomfortable. Effectively, you
Yes,
felt you were lying. Yeah.
because whether they're trans rights advocates want to fucking admit it or not, our society is sex segregated. And it's been that way since the beginning of time because there's differences. And I worked in a mental health facility for youth. And in that facility, there are females and there are males. And when the males shower and they need supervision, only males are allowed to be in there for good reason. And the same thing with females. For good reason, only women can be with the men, with the females.
Uh-huh.
You get a trans person there like me, guess what? They think I'm male. I didn't tell them any different. The kids don't know. So now I was expected to go in with the boys. Now I always avoided it. I got out of it because I didn't feel comfortable with it at all. I thought this is gross. This is lying. And I don't want to be there around these boys. So I managed to get it, but that really struck me. That struck me. And I didn't like that lying. I didn't like that deceit.
And I'm sorry, Stella, I know we want to move on, but I just want to point out too, this hurts trans people too. When we are enabling a delusion, when we are enabling a lie, we are encouraging them to ignore the reality of their biological sex, which can lead to them ignoring things like cervical cancer and STDs and pregnancy and things that actually affect their bodies. And we are denying them proper health care on the basis of a lie.
Wow. Good point. Okay, we're going to move it on. Maybe Richie, you might have one more thing to say, I know, because you were going to have to go. And everybody, don't forget, we've already been trending in the UK and in Ireland. I'm not sure, are we trending yet in America? Yet, she says confidently. But don't forget to hashtag, Detrans Awareness Day. I think it's very big this year, and it's clearly on the kind of calendar now. And like next year, I think it's going to be huge. Sadly, I think it's going to be huge, but it's quite clearly on the calendar. Richie, you come on in and then we'll move over to Abel and his great kind of points.
Yes, I've got another just chatting thing at 9 o'clock with another detransitioner that I'm gonna have to head off to. I just wanted to say to back up what Rachel said very quickly, I've heard of even trans men who are getting pregnant who literally thought that testosterone would make them completely unable to get pregnant. So there is so much misinformation there, but thank you everyone. It's been great, and thank you once again for making this as good as it has been. But I'm going to dial off now, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Richie. So Abel, tell me if everybody else could turn off their videos, and we'll come back on for a panel discussion after. But I want to hear about Abel, which your talk has such a powerful line, you know what I mean, which was, I didn't think I could be a proper man. Could you just tell us your story for anybody who doesn't know? Just kind of go through the arc.
Sure. For those who don't know who I am, my name is Abel Garcia. I'm a male detransitioner from here in the United States. So I transitioned and detransitioned in the state of California. To give a bit about my background and my childhood, my parents came here to the United States illegally. Due to that, they had to work in the fields, and I was mostly raised by my grandparents. Obviously, due to that, I didn't get to spend much time with my father. I've always been a very shy, quiet, and timid kid growing up, and I think all that plus not seeing my father due to work, I didn't have a male role model in my life, and I didn't know how to be a man, and he wasn't there. Overall, I questioned myself even from a young age. But I didn't really do anything until after I had graduated high school, went into college, and wanted to see if transition was right for me or not. And unfortunately, I was immediately affirmed on my first appointment with a therapist. And a little more context on her. She is a lesbian who worked at the local LGBT center and ran the transgender support group at the same location.
Oh my
Now, I'm
God.
just gonna say that sounds a little. Uh, I feel like that's conflict of interest, though.
And when did you first hear about it, about transitioning, and how did you hear about it and what happened?
I don't remember exactly what year it was. I know it was probably either around late middle school, early high school. I found it on YouTube. And I thought, well, that makes more sense because I've never been a very masculine boy growing up. I was always more shy, quiet, timid, more kind compared to most boys. So it made sense at the time.
And did you go for social transition or did you go for medical transition?
I did both social and medical transition when I was 19 years old and lived on my own.
And did you find the therapist, what was their feelings around it? Do you think you could have had a different experience therapeutically, I wonder?
Not with that therapist, because when I first told her I think I might be trans, she immediately affirmed me as a transgender woman, saying, yes, I am a trans woman. She had my letter to transition right there and then, and she even told me she did not want to gatekeep me.
And how did it go for you when you transitioned?
Since I was still in the ideology at the time, I guess it went overall well. But then again, not knowing now or then, but now obviously it started the ball to my health negatively being affected, but that took time.
Could you let us know how it did impact you?
Sure. So now that I've been off hormones for a couple of years and I've detransitioned for a couple of years, I have atrophy of my genitals, and for those who don't know what that means, it just means they're very small. Due to that, I have urinary difficulties, and I don't know if I can have kids due to my fertility being in the dark. Unfortunately, I'm losing my eyesight nowadays. I have tremors on half of my body. My back and my arms are starting to hurt, but overall, I don't really know what else. Oh, and memory loss. Why do I always forget that one? That should be important, but memory loss.
Well, it's kind of apt that you'd forget your memory loss.
That's the funny part. I shouldn't remember I'm losing my memory, but I forget that I'm losing my memory when I talk about memory loss.
Yeah. I think it's extraordinary how hard estrogen and testosterone is on the opposite body. It's really, really hard on the body.
Yeah, I know testosterone is much more stronger on women compared to estrogen on men, because I know when I was on estrogen, they had to prescribe me spironolactone, which is they were using as to minimize my testosterone.
And you think there's potential effects of detransitioning? I think I heard as well Rachel talk about that too. She had said, "Don't come off too soon." We'll bring other people in now in a minute, but keep going on that one. The impact of detransitioning.
Well, I guess my detransition has gone overall well. But then again, I've detransitioned for much longer than I medically detransitioned longer than I've socially detransitioned. I think by about a year and a half. But overall, everything's going well, besides the fact that I don't know the potential side effects of my health. And
Yeah.
I definitely need to see a doctor. But like I always say, someone's gonna have to drag me to a doctor, and good luck to whoever's job that is.
Well, and honestly, having met so many, and I think you should go to a doctor, but so many doctors, we don't know. It's quite experimental. Did you think anything about, there's quite a lot of people talk about anime and the impact of kind of anime. Did that impact you at all?
Yeah, so I actually watched anime growing up because I was a very lonely kid. So I was mostly watching anime, playing video games. So maybe that had an effect on me, but I really don't know because most of the ones that I watched were action based anime.
What do
I know
you,
there's,
yeah, keep
uh,
going.
but I know there back in my day when I was growing up, there was always other types of animes, but I didn't really watch those since I didn't really
Okay.
get interested by those.
And what do you think? Do you think mostly it was the inability for society, your family, the world in general to accept a more feminine man was the most, like the lesbians spoke about earlier? Was that the issue, do you think?
So I'm not really that feminine as a man. I and even as a kid, I wasn't really feminine. It was just more secluded. And I think that's my issue. That I was just a loner, and I didn't really have anyone to show me the right path in life. So I was mostly just walking in a dark alley, I guess, without knowing where to go, left, right, up, down.
Yeah,
But I do know society in general don't like very feminine men.
yeah. What made you come to the conclusion to detransition?
So I detransitioned. So it's kind of a funny story, and it's gonna catch some people off guard. So let me explain a little background. So I would say about a year before, about maybe 6 months to a year, maybe less than a year, I was going to the police academy because I wanted to be a cop. Fast forward a couple of months, I eventually failed the academy. This was while I was still a trans woman, and due to me failing, I took a break from the academy. But I was able to get in contact with the agency that I wanted to work with. Got on the radar for the chief of police, and he had me work as a volunteer for his department. So my first thing that what I was supposed to be doing is build a better relationship between the LGBT community and law enforcement, which I went to do. And unfortunately, the trans community did not like my questions, and they accused me of being a cis woman and being everything right wing. Um, and after that, they just got rid of me. They didn't know
No.
it then, and after realizing that I was no longer getting support, affirmation, love bombed, etc., reality just settled in, and I realized I
You
made a
as
mistake.
as a trans woman went to the trans community to talk about building bridges between yourself and the police, the trans and the police, and they said, "Go away, you cis woman."
Yes, and they knew I was a
Fascist.
trans, and they knew I was a trans woman because there was only one. Well, there was maybe two, at most three, but the one that I was mostly volunteering with as well, is who I went with. So they all knew I was a trans woman. So that's what makes it even funnier.
Wow. Oh my God. It's shocking though, isn't it? And so
It's
that led
insane.
you towards you think that led you towards detransition?
I would say kind of. So when they kicked me out and they stopped supporting me, loving me, love bombing, etc., I was alone, and I really didn't. Besides them, I was a loner. I've always been a loner, so the fact that they left me, I had surgery for breast implants, I think, before that happened, and yeah, it was all so many things put together that I just woke up one day, got slapped in the face by reality, and started asking myself, what am I doing with my life? That no matter what I was gonna do, even if I got the full bottom surgery, got my face worked on, every imaginable surgery, and if the world recognized me as a woman, I would have never been a woman. At most, I would have been a caricature of what I believed a woman was. So
Oh, Abel. And a couple of people have asked about your eyesight. What is the deal between hormones and eyesight? Do you know about this? I don't know much about it, but I have heard it.
I don't really know, because my eyesight's been overall pretty well, but the last couple of months it's just harder and harder to read now. And I got my eyesight checked, and I was told if I wore glasses, my left eye needs glasses that are rated up to -3.0, so that's pretty bad.
Okay. And do you think it's to do with hormones, or might it be just something in your family or something else?
I only have one uncle who's had to wear glasses from a young age, but that's also because he was always on his electronics. Besides that, everyone in my family has good eyesight, minus my grandparents, but then again, that's because they're getting older.
And before we're going to open up a few questions, and then we're going on to Carol. But are you in physical pain? How has the detransition, the medical transition in the first place, impacted your body?
So my spine is now starting to hurt every day. It's not as bad as others. So it's just like a little pain here and there. The one that's the main issue is just the tremors on the left half of my body, because I can't really control when it happens, and it's a pain in the butt when it does.
Frightening. I can see why people want you to go to the doctor.
Well, again, good luck to the person whose job is to drag me to the doctor.
Right. Okay. You should go to the doctor. We might open it up before, if everybody could just open and we'll just ask a few questions from the great questions from Twitter. I think there's some really, really good ones. Let me just get one up that I thought was good. Actually, from my pal, Sasha. She had a lovely question, which was about kind of the kind of, let me find it here, the misconceptions from both the political right and the political left around trans issues. So this is opened up to anybody who wants to talk about. There's a lot of Carol, go. Just, yeah.
The misconception on the left, that we're all right-wing, conservative, religious nutbags, that we're not LGBT. And I say LGBT because there are trans who also don't agree with this. And then the misconception on the right is that this is a LGBT issue only, and LGBT are at the fault. It's our fault for all this nonsense, and they blame gays oftentimes, and not all, but I'm saying it's definitely one of the things that I've seen them go after. Is, well, first we see this is what happens when you let the gays get married. Now see this, the slippery slope argument. And and it's a really, in my opinion, it is not a left issue. It is not a right issue. It is a fucking issue, people. We need to talk about it. And in my opinion, the right is correct for the wrong reasons. They landed on the correct thing, but their reasons are not my reasons. And so it's kind of like important to like talk about that too. A lot of when I say the right in the United States, I mean the Christian right, generally speaking. They really do want those rigid gender roles. They want women to be women and do all that conservative stuff, and they want the men to be men, and that doesn't feel well for us gender nonconforming homosexual folks. We don't want that necessarily. We want the freedom to be who we are. So don't really agree with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely something to talk about.
Anybody else about misconception? Yeah, go on, Jasmine. And Abel, come back in whenever you want, and Rachel.
Yeah, I find it quite funny that on the far right, a lot of what they say about why people detransition is like, oh, this is proof of biological determinism, that women really deep down, they just want to bear children and be meek and this kind of thing. They do really go in hard with the gender stereotypes. And then on the left, I would say it's, like they think that we've been coerced by the right. And I think that doesn't help by the fact that, unfortunately, it is only at the moment right-wing or centrist media that tend to platform trans speakers, such as Daily Wire or something. You don't see any like left-wing platforms really saying, or even like the BBC or something saying like, we're gonna give a voice to detransitioners. They don't. So we get just assumed that we've been like radicalized by the right or something like that.
Yeah, wow, that's such a good point. Does anybody think here that testosterone or estrogen is addictive?
I very much think that testosterone has addictive properties. I mean, for one, you have the psychological addictive traits. So, you know, you're building muscle mass potentially, your metabolism changes, you have all this energy, plus you're getting all the affirmation from your group. So you have all that psychological I guess like reinforcement. But then you also have the physical aspect. So like when you go off of testosterone, your hormones altogether are going to be very low. So you're going to have low energy, you're going to have extreme fatigue, and you're going to you know, have like muscle atrophy and things like that. So you're going to feel these negative effects. And I think that there is, I mean, I've seen a little bit of evidence that there is a true addictive proponent to testosterone use. I don't know about estrogen, but we can see it with bodybuilders and the doping scandal. You know, there were addictive properties there when they were on high doses of testosterone. And when they tried to go off of it, it was like a withdrawal.
Yeah.
You know, what's funny is if you go to any of the websites that are there to help people come off of anabolic steroids, which for female bodybuilders, the most commonly used anabolic steroid is testosterone, the exact same one that is most highly given to FTMs in the United States. If you go to those websites, you will get a completely different view of what this testosterone is versus if you go to the trans stuff. And according to them, yes, there is addictive properties. Yes, it can harm you physically and mentally and all this kind of stuff. So it's very interesting that depending on what source you go to for the same goddamn medication, you'll get two different perspectives or two different opinions on what it does and doesn't do.
I think that's,
you go, Rachel, and then I'll say.
sorry, I was just going to say that's really important. And that's been super crucial in me learning more about how this has affected my health, is researching anabolic steroid use, not testosterone, not cross-sex hormones. Using the words anabolic steroid is really important because the research is very different than when you're looking at trans-specific words and language.
That's so
sorry, I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, come on in, Jasmine. That's so interesting, Rachel. Thanks.
I know that testosterone is administered quite differently depending where you are, but for me, what I used to get is a pretty massive injection in my ass every 12 weeks. And what you get, you know, you've got 12 weeks then in which you're not getting any testosterone. The first sort of 2 weeks, you have this spike of testosterone. You can smell it on yourself. It's very strong. And then it tapers off and you feel pretty moody and unlike yourself towards the end. And it really does feel like towards that end bit that you're starting to go through a withdrawal. At least it did for me. And then when you get the next injection 12 weeks later, it's like, oh, finally, I'm back to normal. It's almost like a similar pattern to heroin or something. It doesn't feel addictive in the sense of I'm thinking that I want a shot of testosterone right now, but more that it has such a powerful physical effect on your body. Changes your hunger, your sleep, your libido, like a lot of different things. Is that when it starts to run out, you start to really feel that heavy hormonal imbalance again. And it when administered like that, it definitely gives definitely feels like you're addicted to something, dependent and reliant on something.
Can I ask Abel, do you have any kind of, because you're the male version, if you follow me, do you have any equivalent with estrogen?
So I never really had any, like, I felt addicted to estrogen, but I think at most, or I'd say most men who take estrogen, the addictive part is the affirmation, the fact that their bodies are starting to feminize. So I would say that's the addictive part, not the estrogen itself. Because I know in the beginning, that's how I was. I was very happy that my body started to feminize, and especially when other people started to see me more as a woman, or quote unquote woman. Even people who didn't even know me assumed that I was a woman. So I think that is the addictive part, at least on the estrogen part.
Which is psychologically addictive, which is really strong in its way. I wonder, does any of you, and we're going to move on to yourself, Carol, now, but does any of you have thoughts on the best advice that was either given to you or you could give around detransition or around, this new chapter? Any advice that you were given, and maybe you didn't bring it into play until much later? Did anybody say something to you that helped you out on your way? Now, I know for a lot of you that mightn't have happened and might have been very solitary. I'm not seeing very big reaction. Oh, good. Right.
It was actually really, really tragic later, but my grandfather, initially, he's a very strong man. He doesn't show a whole lot of emotions, really. I was on the phone with him and he just started crying when I told him I was starting testosterone. He said, "Why are you doing this to yourself?" He said, "They don't know what this is going to do to your health." And I wish that I had taken that into account, that he cared more for my health at the time than I did. Because I was, in a state of suicidal ideation. So I didn't think about my future, but he was, and he showed that he cared. And I also wanted to plug this book. Sorry, it's reversed, but it's Take Back Your Life by Yanya Leilich and Madeline Tobias. It's a book about exiting cults, actually. So that book, as well as some of the books by Stephen Hassan and some of the procedures for exiting a cult, really helped me get out of the mindset of the coercion that I had experienced. And I think that, we can talk about the health aspects, we can talk about the social and the children, all of that. But I think a big proponent of it is that there is this high control aspect. And once you get out of that mindset, you find yourself not trusting yourself anymore. And it's a really scary thing. So anyone who's detransitioning, I really recommend that they look into exiting a cult. The strategic methods that you would take to exit a cult can really be applied to exiting that mindset.
Wow.
I'll second that. That was super helpful when I first started detransitioning. I listened to Stephen Hassan's most popular cult. I don't remember which one it was, but it's a super popular one. I was listening to it audio and I was taking walks, and I remember going, "Oh my God!" Like I was totally. There was aspects of this cult
was it
indoctrination.
Freedom of mind. That was it. Steve Hassan, Freedom of Mind. That's a big one.
I'm not sure.
Combating.
But anyways, it was helpful. Yeah, it was combating cult mind control one, I think.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that one was super helpful. And also the other thing that was really a good kickstart to my detransition and kind of helped me through the mental process of it was one of the radical feminists, a UK one. I saw one of her things she was doing, and she basically said, "Nothing makes one of the UK ones. Nothing makes you a woman other than being born a female. That's it."
Yeah.
And that was very helpful for me because I had layered on so many other things to make you a real woman or a real man that you strip it all down, strip it away, and start over again. Detransition is like boot camp. It really is.
Whoa. I think that's very powerful, because I've seen a lot of detransitioners say this, particularly the women. I like it. They say something like, "I'm a woman." That's it. I was born it. If you follow me, you can play around your head, this, that, and the other, but that's it. Somebody's come in. Actually, Corinna's come in with a question about taking testosterone. Abel, are you taking testosterone now? Is or not? And you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
I'm just producing the testosterone naturally for whatever's left. But my roommate is also making me work out and has given me some testosterone supplements that are very powerful. So I have to be careful with what I'm taking.
Okay. Okay, I think we're going to go on to Carol, me and Carol chatting about the arc of the lesbian and what has happened with the lesbians over the last, you say it's not over the last 20 years. That's a myth. It's over a longer term. Yeah.
Now, granted, there might be other lesbians who know more about this than I am. I have dived into some research, but definitely there's a lot more there to research. But from what I have seen, yes, the last 20 years, we've seen a huge uptick and spike. However, butch lesbians specifically, taking testosterone for the purpose to pass as male goes back to the 80s, if not maybe even the 70s. You know, I was doing some research on the founder of WPATH.
Oh, Harry Benjamin.
And you know, Harry Benjamin got where he got where he was going by getting so much money from people he was quote unquote treating. And one of the women who gave him a lot of money was a very wealthy woman who wanted to transition. Now, from what I can read, she was a lesbian. And she wanted to transition, and he helped her transition, and she gave him a lot of money for it. And that was in the 60s. Now, following her arc was very interesting in her story because transition didn't help her one damn bit. She was a raging alcoholic her whole life, many marriages and divorced, kids that wouldn't speak to her, and died in her 60s. So obviously, it was not very helpful. But I think I was listening to Gender Wider Lens actually, and you guys were talking to the Dutch doctors or whatever.
Yeah.
And they, you know, her first successful female patient sound to me like a lesbian, sound like they transitioned a young lesbian. And I'm just like, wow, this really seems to go back over and over and over again with, you know, the lesbians. So yeah, lesbians have been transitioning, I think, longer than we think.
Okay.
But it really kicked off in the mid 90s from what I can see. And I talked to a lesbian who's in her mid 50s, I believe. And she said that as early as the early mid 90s, a few of her friends, other butch lesbians, were already transitioning. And that she lives in the Midwest. So this is not a major metropolitan area. And I think they're transitioning for the same reasons that women probably have always tried to pass as men, because it's easier and you can avoid a lot of the harassment and the hardship. I think that's why it kind of got started early. And the homophobia, you know, it's easier to be seen as a man married to a woman than it is to be a lesbian, you know. And when discussing with the older lesbians, some of them also said that even though this was around, what really propelled it forward to just really decimate the lesbian community was the money that got thrown behind it. In the mid to late 90s and into the early 2000s, you started to see just a lot of money getting thrown at the big LGBT organizations, or the LGB organizations that then turned into the LGBT organizations. And these organizations set, you know, they're the ones that would go into the community, that would go into schools, that would, you know, be on TV, that would be in the media, you know, and they just perpetuated this idea of transition. And I feel like transition is such a catch for gender nonconforming homosexuals, because
well, yeah, that's because of society, I would anticipate. Is it?
yeah, I mean, you know, speaking for myself, it was very easy to believe that I had the brain of a male in a female body, because I had been kind of told that since I was 4 years old, when I would throw fits over not wearing dresses or not acting feminine, or, you know, I got shit from my mom. I got shit from my family. I got harassed by peers at school. I was always told I was behaving, acting, trying to be a boy. So when I'm
do with these little
so when I'm 21,
yeah.
and I come across a friend of mine, a butch lesbian, saying, "Oh, I don't identify as a lesbian anymore. I'm a trans man." And I go, "What's that?" And she says, well, I have the brain of a man in the woman's body, and this is why, and I ticks all those boxes, I go, oh, this explains everything. And I think the aha moment is such a powerful moment. And I think most lesbians have that aha moment. Oh, this is why I'm wrong. This explains why I'm wrong. And
Yeah.
this goes young or old, doesn't matter.
And may I say, like, it's such a psychologically alluring idea. There is one problem. One problem.
Yeah,
Oh,
isn't
so
it nice to just have
yeah,
one problem that you can fix?
rather than the 18 problems that are messy and intertwined and not so easily, to the idea that there's one problem for all my disease and it can be fixed.
Yeah. And I really want people to understand that this has decimated the lesbian community. This has been extremely, extremely hard on us. And it's been going on for 20 some years. I mean, the first huge influx happened in the late 90s to early 2000s. And that's when I first heard about it. And even as early as, 2004, there's a San Francisco, it's called the San Francisco Gate or something. It's a magazine up there, a publication. They ran a huge piece about the phenomenon of butch lesbians transitioning.
At the time, so people have told me about this. I wasn't there, and I'm sure lots of people here weren't there. Were you all kind of talking about, not you all, but like were lesbians talking about, God, loads of people are transitioning, or was there this kind of belief into trans men, gender ideology? I just can't imagine what the conversations were like. Oh, there's another one gone. Oh, there's another one.
It is weird because there's also was a huge generational divide that happened. I don't know why it happened. I mean, but the lesbians that would have been, doing their activism and being very active during the 70s and 80s, those of us who were born in, who grew up as teenagers in the 90s and came of age in the early 2000s, there's just this huge divide, and I don't know why, but there was. And so the older lesbians are looking at the younger lesbians doing all this, pretty much spotting what was happening. Oh, yeah, we know why they're doing this. Internalized homophobia and misogyny, obviously. But the young lesbians are doing the whole, you just don't understand this, man. This is the new thing. This makes sense. And I think there was that kind of, divide there where you're young and you don't want to listen to the old ones.
Yeah.
But the old ones see it because they've seen it for 20 years already.
Were people slightly disapproving, or kind of you're living your best life?
Well, my experience was that it kind of came on the scene, and it was one of those things where people didn't know what to think or what to say. It was kind of one of those things where you were still kind of, and it's fair to say that homosexuals who transition have been around for years in the community too, but just very minimally. But we've all known that one really effeminate gay dude who transitioned, and everybody knows why he transitioned, and he's still part of the community though. Or that really butch lesbian who transitioned, and she's still around, she's still in lesbian spaces. That's Jen. Everybody will still call her Jen, even though she goes by Jim now. Not this huge big deal. And I think that kind of point of view, when the young ones just started to really transition and take this up, they kind of went, oh, okay. But they were like, kind of maybe, I don't know, this is a lot of them. But I think it just kind of opened the door. There was acceptance of it because you were already accepted them to a certain extent. But everybody thought it would stay minimal, and it didn't. It blew up. And social media obviously really expanded that.
And it seems to have really, really impacted. I'd say it's very hard to be a young lesbian now. I'd say the numbers are really reduced.
Well, I mean, it's funny, in the research I've done, like I'll come across articles, and like, that one article from like, there's a big New York Times article from 2007 on this too, about butch lesbians transitioning and the impacts on their families and everything. So in this article, there's this butch lesbian who is a professor at some big college in like women's studies, right? And I'm like, she did this really good point in the article. So I went and Googled her, looked at her up. Guess what?
Well, she's
trans, man. This happens to me every time. Good luck finding a butch lesbian who exists anywhere now at all. They all transitioned.
And there seems to be a phenomenon. I think some people overstate, the younger girls, because there seems to be a phenomenon among middle-aged lesbians transitioning. Is that right? I just seem to notice it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong.
It's hard to say, because the
Mm.
difference is when you're young, you're still at home. More people know what's going on with you. Maybe you have to access more care. When you're older and you do it, you're already on your own. You can keep things more quiet and secretive, and usually you do. And if you detransition, you also aren't going to go, I'm the rare stupid idiot that wants to go out and tell everybody about my mess
I
up.
think you're a great voice for the butch lesbian, and I'm really glad you do speak out. Have you any words of advice before we go out into the bigger group now to the young pre-lesbian little butch girl? Is there, other than role models, which I get, yes, definitely role models.
But it's hard when they all transitioned, right?
Yeah, very.
And obviously not all, but I'm saying if you're going to go like publicly, like if you look up a writer, an actress, a musician, like anybody who's ever been somewhat visible as a butch lesbian, good luck finding one. They pretty much all transition. And then just within the lesbian community, how many lesbians are even calling themselves lesbian anymore? You got all the non-binary, queer, no one's admitting to be a lesbian anymore.
Oh my God.
So there's that. And I mean, it just impacts the whole community really significantly. And I think, Max Robinson did a really good job in her book. I gotta plug it any chance I get.
Yeah.
Okay, so she did a really good job in this book explaining how when a butch lesbian transitions, she's not just doing that to herself, she is doing this to the community too, because she took away she took away herself out of the equation, so other lesbians can't see themselves reflected. And it's so important to a sense of self and a sense of community and a sense of belonging, especially for a minority, to look and see yourself reflected back in society and in the world around you. And when you don't see anybody who looks like you, you feel more and more alone. And when you feel more and more alone,
yeah. And I hate to inflict somebody, you have to do it for your community, but it's true. Somebody's asked, what year was that New York Times article on lesbians? I think you said 2007, did you?
2007, yeah. That's what I if I'm remembering that correctly.
So we might play, we've got a little TikTok from, was it Sylvia or Rachel? I'm getting mixed up now. That I think Saoirse or Robin will play. And then we're going to open it up and we're going to have a panel discussion where what helps, what doesn't help, because I'm always conscious that there'll be people watching this, and we'll segment it. It'll be on YouTube. The other YouTube, from last year, it gets a huge amount of views. And we want to make sure that people who are lost in transition, who are thinking of transitioning, who think they might have made a huge mistake, that there is life beyond transition. There is many ways to live a life after medical transition. So could everybody come back in, and we're going to talk about what you think helps and what you think doesn't help. Go on, Carol.
Real quick, sorry, I found it. So if anybody wants to look at that New York Times article, it was actually from 2006, and the title is "The Trouble When Jane Becomes Jack." And you can find it in archives if you want it for free.
Yeah. I love those articles from the New York Times and from the Guardian in UK, and they're so where we're at. And then they did this kind of policy shift changeover, and suddenly everything that they were saying 10 years ago, they now believe is bigoted. It's really awful to see newspapers. I have here's my own little piece, but watching newspapers just lose their journalistic integrity is one of the many very disappointing aspects of this culture. So anybody want to come in with either what does help or what doesn't? It could be books. We've put in a few books. Everybody's really interested in this type of thing. Films that might help, activities that might help. I remember one person the other day saying, having an animal made a huge difference. And I've noticed loads of detransitioners have animals. So come on, hit me with what helps or what doesn't. Yes, great, Jasmine.
I think this might be a little bit more geared towards people who detransition very young. Because I didn't really experience my teen years authentically, because I spent, I was trans for about 6 years. That's a quarter of my life. I spent pretty much all of my teenage years mentally ill, fixated on transitioning. What helped me when I did detransition was just reconnecting with some things I felt I missed out on, like kind of simple things like going out partying with friends or engaging in some things that I used to like when I was a kid, and even like movies like Disney films or something, just something that connected me a bit to my childhood self that I'd neglected.
Oh,
And yeah, it was kind of wholesome, I guess. But
I think that's lovely.
another thing is that when I was trans, I was very like adamantly, I want to be perceived as masculine. I'm only gonna dress masculine. I'm only gonna do masculine things. I do not want to be perceived as a woman. And as such, it was kind of scary doing some typical feminine things, wearing dresses, things like that, after not having done it for a really, really long time. But just doing those things and learning how to enjoy it really helped me sort of just connect with the part of myself that I've been suppressing and neglecting. And yeah, I would definitely recommend to anyone, especially young people, to just think about the things that used to bring you joy before you went into that trans bubble. Did you like start neglecting certain hobbies when you started transitioning and things like that, and indulge in it a bit more, make some new friends who are not trans and things like that. I think that definitely helps.
I have to say, Jasmine, you're a natural psychologist. As somebody who would be talking to anybody coming out of addiction, coming out of mental health, anorexia or anything like that, you say, go back to what did you like when you were 10? Go back to that a bit. What about hobbies? It's really simple. It can sound really trite if it's not said the right way, but you said it beautifully. But just kind of go back to simple pleasures, expand your life, learn, make new friends, try out new. It's so difficult to get that across that actually it really makes a difference. And generally, it won't be one thing, it'll be 12 things.
Yeah. Nurture the inner child, I would say.
What?
I would say nurture the inner child, yeah.
Good for you. Anybody else? I think Carol was going to come in then.
So what's the question again? I just want to make sure I answer.
Well, it doesn't matter. This is a free-for-all at this stage. We're coming towards...
No, but what was your main question?
What helps and what doesn't help?
With detransition?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think this is specific to women who detransition. I think this is probably more specific to maybe lesbians. But for me, what really helped was desensitizing through art my acceptance of my genitalia.
Oh.
So I'm trying to put this as nicely as possible. Yeah. But so, for example, looking at it, being okay with it and accepting it for what it is, and also creating art around the vulva, vagina, clitoris, things like that. And I did a lot of clay art. I made a lot of vulvas, and that is bringing in looking, tactile, and moving. And as you're moving your hands and as you're using your brain, you're thinking through a lot of these things. So it's a nice way to desensitize yourself if you have been in a situation where basically you have been avoiding this very personal part of yourself. In my case, since I was 13 or younger. So that kind of stuff was very good. I think it's probably some stuff that maybe old school feminists had done back in the day,
back in the 60s, of course. And might that work as well for people who've had mastectomies and stuff? Might that work as a kind of a way of coming around to your new body? I wonder, clay and art. And
yeah, I mean, art was really, really instrumental in my healing process. And you know what, going back, like Jasmine said, and like you were talking about, going back to what you loved before or what you loved when you were a kid. That's what I loved when I was a kid, was art. I'm not a great artist, but I love doing it. And so I did. I went to clay, I went to painting, I went to drawing, and now I do wood carving. And I think that doing art for me is very, very helpful. And I think art's a great way to get people to move through really complicated things.
Wow, somebody's just said they had a book called, right up your street here, Carol, are you ready? The Colouring Book.
There you
I've
go.
never heard of it. I might send it to you, Carol. But somebody's looking for the last book recommendation that you gave, Carol. I don't remember
Was it
what
this
it was.
one?
Oh yeah, Detransition. Who wrote that? Beyond, Before, and After. I know that book. Who wrote it?
Max Robinson.
Max Robinson.
Yeah.
Rachel or Abel, would you like to come in on anything about what helps, what doesn't help?
Yeah, I can talk a little. I've already said, you know, like the cults, exiting cults, proponents has really helped me a lot. Also, in my own messed up way, getting endometriosis forced me to get to know my body a lot better. And as I got to learn more about how my body works and what I need to do to take care of it, and being forced to sort of care for it, I started to really develop this sense of pride in being a woman. And I started to connect with other women who had dealt with endometriosis. And through that connection, I learned, oh, I actually do have things in common with other women. I'd had this bug in my head when I was trans identified that I wasn't like the other girls. So I didn't feel like I could relate to other women. And I felt so insecure, even in lesbian spaces. I felt so wrong in those spaces. But as I got to know more lesbians and got to know more women, that really helped me understand that my experiences are a female experience. And that's really helped me a lot with kind of coming to terms with things. And also just, as I've said before, you know, I still have, you know, dysphoria. I call it sex anxiety. I still have that. But addressing the actual roots of those issues, the trauma and the mental illness and the eating disorder, all those things, addressing all of that individually has really helped a lot with combating the outcome of what it becomes.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's really, really helpful. I saw one person say it was kind of nice. Actually, I know that person, Minty, and she said a nice one about getting a cat was one of the things, which I think is just lovely. And reading Marcus and Sue Evans' book. I can't find the comment anyway, but reading Marcus and Sue Evans' book, Gender Dysphoria, really good book. And I sometimes think it's got missed, and it's just a really, really, really good book. Yeah, it's kind of gone.
You know, nature
Yeah.
is helpful too.
Nature.
Going into nature, you know,
Oh,
also
God, yeah.
gardening, growing. In the early months of detransition, I also started to really get into plants and growing plants and propagating plants, because growing plants, it's nurturing. And when you propagate plants, it is rejuvenation too.
Yeah.
You're cutting a piece from a plant, you're putting it in soil, you're taking care of it, you're growing it again.
Yeah.
That's a very like powerful kind of metaphor, I
And
think.
also there's the metaphor of give me sunlight, give me healthy things, give me water and sunlight and I will thrive, and lock me away in darkness and I will not. The same with animals, the kind of the reconnection with health, the kind of the way a cat can be a bit quirky and weird, and we all are.
Yes.
It's very good for us, you know.
As I hear my neighbor's cat bash into the bedroom at 3 a.m.
Minty also said, I also relate with Jasmine in reconnecting with things I used to like when I was younger. That'll be a big one, I'd say. And accepting my breasts by desexualizing them, which is kind of interesting. It's so interesting. Abel, have you anything about what helps or what doesn't help?
I would say depends for everyone else. Besides the fact that what woke me up from the cult was being removed by other members themselves. I know when I was still living in that lifestyle, but before I could detransition, I would take hikes every so often and just sit at the top of the peak and just think to myself.
Yeah, I've heard that as really helpful for detransitioners, which is find out what your body can do as opposed to what your body looks like. if you follow me. So set goals for yourself, like a hike, or, you know, a certain number of lengths, or can I swim out to that and swim back? It's kind of getting around what your body can actually do as opposed to what it looks like, because it's a different emphasis, and it's kind of an interesting one. Can we talk? We've got a couple of great videos on the way. One is from Adam, who's a biological woman who transitioned and detransitioned in Brazil. Very interesting cultural perspective. And also from Laura, the positives of detransition. But I couldn't do justice to today without talking a little bit about cult dynamics, group dynamics, and anything. Yeah, go on, Jasmine, in you go. Good woman yourself.
Well, it does kind of relate, but I just want to say before we move off things that
help and don't help.
Health, and something that really doesn't help is, I think, when you've detransitioned and you think about your transition as being something that was quite unhealthy for you, I think you've established that you're the kind of person who can get very absorbed into identity and attach yourself to certain things, right? So I think it's really important to be wary of what comes after, especially if you've been trans for a really long time and then you come across something else. You've got to be wary about, you don't want your whole life and personality to revolve around something else, like a replacement. Like, say you did get diagnosed autistic after detransitioning, you wouldn't want then to make that your entire personality and it's all you focus on and all you talk about, because that's equally as unhealthy. So I would say something that doesn't help is, yeah, attaching yourself to something. You've really just got to sit with the uncomfortability and do more healthy things for once. Try to let go of your attachments, I would say.
Jasmine, how old are you?
I know. Jesus Christ.
I'm 22.
Good God. I'm so happy that you're where you're at 22. I wish I had been.
Jasmine.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Thank you for
Yeah.
bringing that up, because that is something I've experienced and I've seen so many other detransitioners experience. You jump from one extreme culty type of group to another culty type of group, and that's just not good to do. And yes, I am prone to that kind of thinking. You got to be careful about it.
And also another point you raised within that, and I do want to, I kind of slid over what doesn't help, and we should give it a bit of energy before we move on. But that point, which I had written down, but you've lifted it, Jasmine, so let's go there. Detrans as an identity, it's a little bit alluring, and it's something I think to be watchful of, if you follow me. And I did love Richie's framing earlier, which is recovery from identity and labeling is where he's coming in. I thought that was a really good point.
Yeah, you know, there is a lot of similarities between trans identity, gender dysphoria, and eating disorders. I think there's a lot of similarities there. And just like someone who's recovering from an eating disorder it really shouldn't latch on to another identity around that. You just have to be super careful about that kind of thing, because it is about recovery. This isn't a new identity. I mean, I use it as shorthand just because it's, easy. Language is difficult and it's easy to get the point across, but really it is about recovery from a sick mind and a sick body, because you made your body unhealthy, but you made your mind unhealthy. And it's just a total recovery from all that. And it continues. It's the other thing. I've seen so many detransitioners fall into this belief that they're going to find a cure. And I don't believe there's really cures out there. I think there's healing and I think there's good management. I don't think cures necessarily happen in life.
I know, sadly, I've come to the very same conclusion.
But I mean, our medical industry is very much about fixing it, curing it. And maybe that's not the best attitude to approach a lot of things, especially mental health.
Yeah, I think that there's a great quote from Rilke about that. I'll look it up for a second. Does Rachel or Abel want to say anything about that? Does it sink to you at all? Yeah.
Yeah, so I definitely experienced the kind of cult hopping once I detransitioned. I joined a church for a while, which if you know me at all, I'm an atheist, and it's just really bizarre to see me in that sphere where I'm like, I don't think any of this exists, but I'm going to join anyway. Because again, you find yourself in this great amount of distrust for yourself. You can't think for yourself. You feel this severe lack of confidence in your own beliefs. So you're looking for something or someone to tell you how to think and what to be. And you have this desire to give over that control. And it's really hard to come to the conclusion that no, you have to have that control. You have to make those decisions for yourself. I would also say that I think anyone who is coming out of transition should try to avoid social media to a certain extent. I think that people, like, I know when I detransitioned, I jumped right into social media. That was a bad move on my part, because you're opening up your vulnerabilities to strangers on the internet, and you're in a place where you are going to take what everyone else's opinion is and make that your own for yourself. And that's not a really good place to be. In fact, you need to, not isolate yourself, but really bring yourself back into reality, into real spaces with real people, find real true community, indulge in your hobbies, find healthy coping mechanisms, and maybe stay out of the discourse that's going on online, because people will like not hold back online, and the attacks can get pretty gruesome, and not everyone is prepared for that once they come out of transition.
Yeah, it's such a good point. We are going to not quite close it up. We've got two great videos lined up, but I want to say this quote that really I thought of when you started talking, Carol, about the kind of being patient around the question and not looking for the answer. It's lovely. What is it called? It's Rilke. And he says, be patient towards all that is unsolved in your heart, and try to love the questions themselves, like locked rooms and like books that are now written in a very foreign tongue. Do not now seek the answers which cannot be given you, because you would not be able to live them. And the point is to live everything. Live the questions now. Perhaps you will then gradually, without noticing it, live along some distant day into the answer. So it's like, you're living in the uncertainty, you're living the question, and rather than this, what is the answer? Which I totally identify with, Carol. It's such an easy and simplistic way of living life, and it's not out there. And before we finish, we're effectively finishing, because we'll be playing the videos, and I know we're quite a bit over time, and I think every year we'll probably do this. And every year we'll probably go over time, because I think it's more important for Detrans Awareness Day that the detransitioners get to take this.
I mean, should we just turn it into an all-day event?
Yeah, all week.
And just all day,
I wouldn't be surprised if it turns into a very long event next year. And bring it on. We raised over $6,000 for Beyond Trans for services for detransitioners through this webinar. That's the last I checked anyway. And so that's phenomenal, because that money goes into people. Now, a lot of you might not want therapy. I get it. I totally get it. But there's more than therapy that's being offered. There's also kind of, professional consultancy. There's CV polishing. There's a lot of different services we offer, not just that. Anyway, before we finish, because it would be mean not to ask this question, any retrospective advice for parents of adults who are beginning to medicalize, just before we finish? Any advice to parents of people who are deep in it? Because it's just so hard, you know what I mean, to be that parent and you're like, what can I say? Is there anything I can say? Pained looks all around.
Look, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do other than don't allow them to medically transition.
But
That's it.
How can you stop an adult from, an
adult.
Yeah,
an adult.
A young adult.
A parent of an adult.
A vulnerable adult.
This is nothing. Honestly, there's nothing you can say. I would say that the most helpful thing would be there. Know that, keep it open, so where they know if they want to admit they made a mistake, they won't be ashamed or shy to come to you and say that they made the mistake. That's super important,
keep a golden bridge that they can
but
come
it's their decision. They have to come to the conclusion.
And they say that about addiction. They say that about a lot of things. You know what I mean?
Because it's the same thing. Anybody who falls into addiction, anybody who falls into a cult, anybody who falls into any kind of crisis of any kind of thing, you can't pull them out of it. They got to pull themselves out of it.
Yeah. Abel, you were going to speak. Are you going to go, Jasmine? You want to speak after Abel, and then we'll play the videos then, because we've really extended everybody's patience.
Sure, I would say, just for if it's an adult, I would add on to what Carol was saying. Just be very patient with the kids. Obviously, let them know that no matter what they choose to do, that you're always there to support them, especially because these cults are going to lie to them, saying that the parents hate them no matter what. But obviously, the best thing would be to try to get them away from the cult, but that's going to be difficult, if not near impossible.
Yeah, I hear you. And Jasmine, and I think somebody from the audience wants to speak as well. But Jasmine, would you like to?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Carol and Abel were saying. I think as well, it's important as a parent not to be mean about it, because I think when I first told my mum, she reacted quite shocked and quite angry, and if anything, that only fuels the person to want to prove them wrong and want to go ahead and do it anyway. So I definitely think it has to, when you approach your child, whether they are a minor or an adult, it has to come from a place of care and compassion. And they definitely have to know that you have their best interest at heart, and that you're not doing it because you're transphobic or because you're angry about it. Although those are, anger and stuff, it's valid that you might feel that, but you just have to show them compassion, I think.
I think it's such a good point. I think people think that they can be smart or funny or dismissive, and it doesn't work. It's kind of something to deepen somebody's identity. They think they have a solution to all their mental anguish. You can't wave that away.
I've also heard, this comes from my wife, actually, who felt it was bullshit about 6 months in, but didn't tell me, and I didn't know until I detransitioned 4 years later that she thought it was bullshit 6 months in. What she did was she really educated herself and got a lot of information on how you help family members that are in cults. And she used those techniques to kind of help me come around to the realities. So that might be something that's helpful for people who have family members involved in this, is to really learn about like the cult and the control aspect, the group control aspect, and then try to, implement maybe some of those things when you talk with the person or when you're with the person, because it's not about writing, it's not about going, hey, you're wrong and this is why. And it's really not about using logic, because you can't use logic. It's about just kind of introducing things in a really low-key way, just to get them to start to kind of think about things.
Okay, yeah, very good. Okay, I think does Brenda want to say something, or maybe put it in the chat? I'm not sure if she wants to. She's from the audience, and we're going to line up our video. I think that today has been very, very, very powerful, and thank you very, very much for speaking and contributing and offering your insight. I think it's been really, really helpful. We'll be putting it out on YouTube, and I think the most important thing we could do is just keep on highlighting and raising the voices of detransition. It's the most important thing that doctors and medical professionals should be doing, is listening to what shouldn't have happened and realizing. And I strongly believe it's like quite a few people said here tonight, it's not about the parents or the family or the friends. It's about the professionals who have a job, who have been trained, who have ethical standards that they've signed up to. They are the people who are at fault. Everybody else, it's mental health, and you fall in, you fall out. I think it all. Does anybody want to finish off on anything? Brenda, I'm not sure if she wants to speak or not, but yeah, does anybody want to finish off and make any last comment before we start the videos, to finish off the night or the day for some of you?
I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you
Oh,
for doing
thank you.
this. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for platforming
Oh,
us.
Carol.
And thank you for opening the conversation for lesbians as well.
Yay.
That's it.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Thank you, Stella, and to Genspect, and also a big thank you, shout out to LGBT Alliance, the group that we kind of talked about earlier. It's really helped me a lot with gender dysphoria, and I know the group helps a lot of women.
That would be the US one, not the UK one.
I think that's a key point because I saw a huge amount of people saying, where's this dysphoria support group? Where's this dysphoria support? So they go to the LGBT Alliance America. Is that where they go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the US one, LGBA US.
Yeah. Abel, were you going to speak? That's really helpful to have that. It's really helpful to have a dysphoria group. Go on, Abel.
I was just gonna say thank you, Stella and Genspect, and everyone who's watching here supporting us, and thank you for allowing me to be here, especially because I know with this topic, it's predominantly young women or women in general who are affected by the transitioning and detransitioning, but we don't really get to see a perspective from the young men or men in general.
It's really generous of you to speak, Abel. I don't know. Everybody has their challenges, whether a man or a woman, but it's really, really difficult to speak up, and I'm so glad you do. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rachel and Jasmine and Abel and Carol and everybody who spoke previously. Will we set up the videos? Anybody who wants to stay, I think these videos are well worth watching. Well, first of all, we'll have Adam, who is a biological woman who transitioned and detransitioned in Brazil. We hear a lot about Brazil and trans. And so now we're hearing it from the horse's mouth. So I was really keen to get that. And afterwards, we'll have Laura with the positives of detransition.
Hi everyone, this is Adam speaking, and I came here to tell a little of my story. I am 24 years old and I am a Detrans. My saga started very earlier. As a child, I already had the problems for not fitting into gender roles since I didn't like the things that society says a girl should like. And that not only confused my head but also exposed me to various situations of violence. I just I wanted to be something other than someone's wife and mother, and it seems like these were the only acceptable role for someone of the female gender. I start to despise woman and femininity, and because of that, I decide to hang out with groups of boys and imitate their behavior. I believed that this way I would be seen as one of them and I could escape my destiny as a woman in this misogynist society. At that time, there were no conversations about trans people. There were some travestites on television, but here in Brazil, they only served as a laughing stock and were simply seen as men dressed up as women. I spent years feeling in between since I couldn't understand myself as, as a woman and I wasn't accepted among men because of my biological sex. Because of that, I was very depressed and I got sick. When I entered the university in 2017, things had changed. There was what I call a trans boom here in Brazil. This agenda not only took over the internet, but also a TV soap opera start to address the issue of transgenderism by introducing a trans man character, which I ended up identify with. And it's important to say that here in Brazil, telenovelas are extremely popular. It made perfect sense to me. I couldn't play my role as a woman because I am a man. And then I was happy, changed my name, my pronouns, cut my hair, and changed my clothes. Despite of all the transphobia I suffered inside and outside my home, I finally felt part of something. I felt like I belong. So I was happy, but it didn't last long because I suffered an episode of sexual aggression, which deteriorated my mental health. I was also disgusted by myself and my body because of the sexual violence episode and its consequences. I sought help from a psychologist to treat the depression and try to cure my trauma. I choose a psychologist specialized in LGBT people because I fear the prejudices from other psychologists and ended up being my biggest mistake. Even reporting the episode of sexual violence I had suffered, he did not think that the disgust I was feeling towards my body was a consequence of that abuse, but body dysphoria. He thought that if I went through the physical transition, it would solve all my problems. And I believe in him. He gave me authorization to start the process and I started the treatment. It is important to point it out that year was 2019, and at the time, at least in the region of Brazil where I lived, even if you were of legal age, you needed authorization to start the transition process, and change the name was only possible via the judicial system. Nowadays, the authorization is only required from minors, and a person's name can be changed in any registered office in a simple and quickly way. After I started my transition, I simply hated every minute of this process. I couldn't get used to the physical changes and I actually started to develop body dysphoria. I just couldn't look or touch my body. I stopped taking the hormones a few months into the process, but my crusade didn't end there. After take the hormones and stop the treatment, I had health issues. My liver and uterus developed problems because of the incorrect use of hormones. My endocrinologist at the time only prescribed the medication and was not responsible since she didn't help me to understand the whole treatment, and I had to manage it to take the hormones and figure it out everything related to them by myself. I was not warned of the risk, much less tests were done to see if my body would withstand the process. I spent 2 years in and out of the hospital because of the uterine hemorrhages I had as a result of using hormones, and no one took the responsibility for that, neither my former psychologist or the endocrinologist who prescribed the hormones. In the meantime, the trans rights policies have advanced. Specialized health centers have been created to welcome trans people. In the centers, they can go through the transition free of charge and with specialized follow up, change the name and sex on the birth certificate just by going to the notary, and even a law equating transphobia with racism was implemented so that acts of discrimination are severely punished. And that's where the problem started. These health centers began to sprout from every corner, endless queues of people waiting to through the transition. Young people, many teenagers. This started to worry me because there is no criteria. You just have to say you are trans, and they will start to giving you hormones and recommending surgeries. On top of that, Brazilian psychologists were prohibited by law from questioning trans people about their identity and desire to transition, which leaves many young people at risk of transitioning unnecessarily and bearing the consequences of any unwanted transition, not to mention the legal and social problems, since it is permissible to change the sex on the birth certificate. Several male people began to claim rights previously granted only to biological women, and worse, they began to attack them in different ways without receive the punishment because now they are considered women. There are cases of trans women sexually abusing and physically assaulting trans men, in the law not only did it not punish them, but also placed trans men as aggressors. People are losing their jobs, suffering physical and verbal violence for questioning these public policies aimed at the trans community, many of them women. Recently, a female student at a federal university saw a male person in the bathroom, and when she questioned him, she was fiercely assaulted and humiliated by him in front of the entire university because, according to that male person, she was a trans woman, and questioning her presence in the bathroom was prejudice. If local officials were not protecting the woman, it could have been much worse. And then the university sided with the male person who attacked the woman and said that she would have to take a course on inclusion so that she would no longer committed the same act that, according to them, was extremely violent towards the trans person, but the violence she suffered has been trivialized. Several people from the university in question asked for her expulsion from the university. A black woman, poor and in a situation of social vulnerability, just because she questioned the presence of a male person in the female bathroom. It's important to point it out that this same university has a history of sexual abuse on university premises, and the same male person in question has a history of assaulting women. The most emblematic of this case was that a very famous association here in Brazil, which I won't say the name to avoid reprisals, took a position saying that this girl should be expelled, and if she didn't want that to happen, she should abide to a list of demands from this association, such as apologizing publicly for the alleged violence she committed and a few other things, always in an aggressive tone of threat. Incidentally, this association has a history of persecuting women who question what is happening in relation to trans rights in Brazil, especially regarding the use of bathroom via self identification. It's good to remember violence against women in Brazil is serious problem. Thousands are killed and abused every minute by men, and it's natural for them to be afraid. But now their fear is criminalized. Now it's read as transphobia. We cannot question the public policies that are being approved since we are at the risk of losing everything, and this trans rights association is mainly responsible for that. They have great influence in the government and on political matters in general, and they are quickly taking over spaces without even have a broader debate about it. And any questioning is treated as a hate crime and can generate a series of penalties for those who have the courage to speak it up. And then this association creates false data about violence against the trans community and creates widespread panic saying that trans people suffer genocide in Brazil with the aim of raising awareness so that their public policies are accepted without objections. Many of the people who are in control of this association are involved in the crimes of grooming, sex trafficking, and various other luring things, but it still has a space in the media and in the government, even if the static data on the violence against trans people is demonstrably wrong. They are used in institutional government vehicles and the mainstream media to justify such a radical public policies. The situation is dire. Women and children are at risk with these measures, and I began to feel the need to denounce what is happening here in Brazil before the problem of these policies that are beginning implemented generates terrible consequences in our country. That's why I opened a podcast and a page on Instagram where I not only tell my story in details, but also criticize the Brazilian trans movement and its agenda of highlight harmful public policies. This is my way of contributing in some way and trying to prevent a story like mine from being repeated, because even today I suffer the physical and psychological consequences of the transition process. It worries me to see people so young, especially minors, going through this process without any criterion. The situation is serious and everyone should be aware of it. Anyway, I hope that by bringing my case, I have contributed to the debate on the subject. We need to unite it internationally in relation to this cause, because the result of trans agendas is being extremely destructive even more here in the Global South. So, seeking information and farming networks will be of paramount importance for us to overcome these problems. And, well, that's all I have to say. I appreciate the opportunity and thank you for your intention.
Hi, everyone. My name is Laura Becker, and I am a detransitioner. So, for this year's monologue, I actually wanted to discuss something that some who know me may consider a little off brand for me. But I actually wanted to talk about some of the positive aspects of detransition because obviously, as anyone who knows me, I talk a lot about the, as I say, the bad funks, the negative, painful, traumatic aspects of transition and detransition and being a public detransitioner and all of these paradigm shifts that we go through. I actually wanted to discuss the other side to that, as it's been a few years now of being, I don't want to say in the business, but being a public detransitioner and being in the business of healing, being in the business of recovery from complex trauma and from gender dysphoria and transition regret. So about my backstory, I started questioning my gender when I was around 15. I identified as trans when I was 18, and I medically transitioned when I was 19. I took testosterone and had a double mastectomy when I was 20, and I detransitioned when I was 22, and I'm now 26, and so it's been a few years, and I've been public and sort of really involved in these spaces and in the detransition world and movement for about 2 or 3 years now. And in gender time, that's very long. So I have kind of a different perspective. I try to see the good funks and bad funks of, existence, and emphasis on try, but for me, detransition has correlated with my healing journey, my holistic healing journey. There's a lot of focus on healing specifically from the grief and trauma of medicalization, which is a unique and distinct phenomena, but there's a lot of complex issues that predated transition and still have to be dealt with in the aftermath of detransition as we continue to move on. So detransition has directly correlated with my overall healing journey, my spiritual journey, and just growing up. I can mark my life, as I so often do. People interview me, ask me to just step by step, go through it. But I can mark my life through these different identities or these different, gender-based markers. And detransition is a radical shift because my relationship to myself radically changed during the process, and especially in the aftermath of realizing that this had been due to complex trauma. So it correlates with a positive shift towards myself, a radically positive shift. And that is probably the most uplifting and positive aspect of detransition, is that you start to develop a healthier relationship to yourself and to just being itself. Especially for me, a lot of this was existential and spiritual, and I have now a much better relationship to existence, to being, and to my own body and being embodied and what that means and how I sort that out with my health. And so when I detransitioned when I was 22 years old, that was the first time that I really started to have a positive relationship with my body, where I genuinely felt affection towards my body and taking care of it. And I started, doing so many different physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual changes to try and actually love myself. And so for me, And I think many other people, that is the key to what detransition can do for you, really, what it can allow you to finally achieve that maybe you were trying to achieve through transition, is a positive relationship to being and to your body and self, and also to your mind, to your psyche. And so for me, detransition, it's the first time that I actually had a positive relationship to womanhood, right? If I'm disturbed with being itself, that's going to include every layer sort of beneath that. So especially my womanhood, being an adult human female, and my previous girlhood and childhood development as a girl, as a female creature, I really started to develop a positive relationship for the very first time through that and through accepting myself. I had previously rejected myself because I felt that being was overwhelming. It was confusing, scary, and painful. And as a highly sensitive person, it was just overwhelming. And I didn't have the support in my life, but also to deal with the specifically female existence. So I had suicidal ideation from the age of 14, and psychological conditions like depression, anxiety, and PTSD. I also had premenstrual dysphoric disorder, PCOS, and autism spectrum traits, and a diagnosis. So yeah, there was a lot going on. It was very overwhelming. So when I started realizing through accepting my body, that I couldn't fight being, and that the magical thinking that I had been trying to, escape from being with the transition fantasy of being the opposite sex, and that life would be better. Once I realized that was an illusion, I was able to wake out of that fantasy and really start to actually be engaged and a participant in my own life. So detransition, right away it started bringing some radically positive shifts. And so for me, that's definitely the most important thing that I've gained from it, and it's continued to just build upon itself today. Radical acceptance allowed me to start focusing on what I could actually control, and I couldn't control being, I couldn't control being alive, I couldn't control being a woman, and these perceived flaws or issues that I had, genuine flaws or issues that I had with it. There were certain things with acceptance that allowed me to actually take autonomy, to feel that I had power and autonomy in my life over my outcome, over my happiness and peace. And I started to take responsibility for my being and my body, and actually take real responsibility and start to make real steps of progress that transition never allowed. They were false steps of progress towards a goal of transcending being. When I detransitioned, I actually was able to start taking real transcendent steps towards sort of appreciating what being was, what existence was. So it allowed me to accept myself with love and to unlearn this self-hating, limiting beliefs that I had been conditioned to act out from childhood abuse and years of mental illness and nihilistic thinking. And that's just, radical acceptance. So this is my market for, this is my pitch for radical acceptance. But I feel like you can't have a detransition without radical acceptance. Acceptance is the key to that process, and it is a continuous practice every single day as you start to wake up more and more and more. So a huge part of that healing, in addition to the radical acceptance and my relationship to my body, was really developing relationships to other people. And in the gender world, something very positive that's come that I'm sort of eternally grateful for is my relationship to medical professionals who were actually honest, deep, and skilled enough to mentor me in therapy. So through GenSpect, I found I've had 2 different therapists now from GenSpect, and the relationships with those professional therapists was also radically healing. And although they were supporting me through detransition specifically, which was incredibly rewarding because there was such a lack of understanding everywhere else, they also helped me to holistically deal with all of these other complex traumas. So I owe a lot to having a safe relationship with these people and being able to learn about myself from, unprocessed trauma from 15 years before. And without accepting myself, without getting into sort of this niche, at the time, sort of niche detrans, emerging space in 2019, I wouldn't be the person I am today, that's for sure. So it's been invaluable, and I would not be functioning to the extent that I am functioning well and enjoying life as much as I am without the wisdom and guidance of individuals who were well-versed in radical acceptance and well-versed in these gender issues and gender dysphoria and even personal experiences with these things. So that's been an absolutely incredible part of detransitioning, is those relationships through GenSpect and related organizations. And even in addition to the therapeutic relationships, I've also finally found a tribe through sort of finding other people that also were going through these things. I finally felt mirrored by other people because growing up, I was severely lonely and I felt alienated, and, being highly sensitive and having autistic traits, it doesn't make, you don't have the best social skills, and it's not easy to find other people who are grooving in the same way as you. And a lot of people ask me if the trans community was a source of comfort for me. And honestly, it was not, because I didn't feel mirrored by those people. Although we had the same label and technically we were on the same side, I didn't feel mirrored by them because there wasn't a genuineness, there wasn't an authenticity. A lot of it was performative and a lot of it was surface level. And I wasn't into that. So actually it was through the Detrans small network, but growing network now, that I actually started to find my real tribe. The other detransitioners have been incredibly supportive of me and have also given me the opportunity to support other people, which is another enormous part of healing, not just the support and the mirroring that I've received from my peers going through these experiences, but being able to support them and be strong for their sake and advocate for them and keep going for them. So there really was a mutually beneficial, very healthy and supportive network of friends that I've been able to develop. And the social stigma that detransitioners feel, especially being public, and there is a pressure to be public if you're a detransitioner because it's such a hot topic and even sort of a commodity in some ways politically. It's hard, to find authentic community, especially in real life. And after going through such an extreme period of inauthenticity, you really need other people to sort of help, shape you in a way. Not that they're controlling you, but just in a way that you can play off each other's energy and be able to bring out the best in each other and kind of support the more vulnerable parts that need help. And so I'm very grateful to the community of other detransitioners and my peers that I found, because before that, it was very hard for me to feel connected to any sort of peer group. And then even in addition to the detransitioners themselves, just the supporters that I've encountered, there's a really beautiful, synchronous, serendipitous network of people who genuinely care about detransitioners. They genuinely care about me, and not in a performative way, not in a pitying way or in an enabling way, but in a way of, gentle accountability, encouragement, but also giving advice, and, ultimately still dealing with stuff on our own, but we help each other out, and connect and have positive relational experiences. There's numerous parents that have reached out to me in various ways, and I'm so grateful to them, because they have given me so much love and support. I have many mother figures and aunts and uncles and all these sort of older mentally people who have been incredibly supportive to me, and that is extremely healing, especially coming from a dysfunctional childhood environment. And as I said before, being able to offer support to them as well, because you go through something like this and you're young and naive and inexperienced in some ways, but you have this incredibly deep existential experience of pain, and you feel a lot of shame for your mistakes and very uncertain of the future, and it's hard to feel good about yourself, or that you really have anything to offer. But being able to help other people, and especially these parents, you look to them for their sort of years of guidance and sort of a different perspective, more based in traditional values or history. And then they look to you to understand the contemporary moments, the youthful perspective, and to gain understanding and empathy for their own kids going through gender issues. So that's been incredibly rewarding to me, is receiving guidance and support from parents, especially mothers, and also giving support to mothers and parents who reach out to me for some hope, and being able to sort of get out of my own dark hole and offer them perspective and hope has been really healing to me, because it forces me to see, like, okay, I turned out okay, I'm doing well enough, I'm moving on, it's not all negative, I don't need to have so much shame. So the parents I owe a lot to. That's another really positive aspect of the detransition space. And I'm just thankful that I've been able to find a community of people who care about listening to my story. For me, that's been absolutely huge, because I've been a writer my entire life, and I've talked to myself for a long time, and been a good audience to myself, but I didn't really feel very seen or heard with my peers or growing up. So for me, being able to share my story and have people truly interested to hear, listening actively, asking questions, it's helped me to, have more introspection. Not that I need it, but to have more introspection, and to be able to sort of better understand what happened. Telling it to other people, it helps you make sense of it, as well as being heard and mirrored by other people, experiencing empathy from other people and compassion, as well as encouragement in the face of, telling your sort of darkest moments. That's been incredibly healing to me. And being a very verbose person, it just feels really good when someone's willing to listen to me and, not get annoyed, as I sort of felt growing up. So that's just an enormous part, people reading my essays and my long tweet threads and watching my videos and podcasts and there's just been so many opportunities that I've had to sort of share my writing and share my experiences through story and narrative and conversation and dialogue. And I'm just so grateful for that. It's just been amazing to helping me build confidence in those skills and social skills and talking to people. And it's just such a diverse group of people who reach out. Although I say that they're sort of my tribe, it's a diverse tribe. It's a lot of different people, different ages and backgrounds and persuasions. And it's an eclectic bunch, but that's kind of good because I kind of fit right in that regard. And, so I'm fortunate to have that audience for my ideas and thoughts. And more recently, I have experienced another just paradigm shift of positivity, not to be like, but people not only have appreciated my art, okay, I kind of gave it away. They not only appreciate my writing and my ideas and experiences, but they appreciate my passions too. They appreciate my art and my designs and my music. And I mean, that's just incredibly powerful to me as I try to move on from what happened. And obviously there's space for the trauma and the talking and the trauma and, those hobbies. But, at the end of the day, I still am moving on and transcending into my higher self and doing art and running my art store and all of these sorts of creative, generative, new neural pathways, all these things. That's what I really want to focus on. And I'm so thankful that I've received it's an overwhelming amount of support and encouragement and appreciation for my art. And a lot of people in this sort of space are creative as well. And so we inspire each other. And so I'm just endlessly grateful for just all of those things. I mean, when I was sort of writing out this monologue, I just felt so happy at the end of writing it because I was just like, this is so positive. It's not that often that I devote like this amount of characters to just only positive things, So I have a couple more positive things. There's so many good things. I just really wanted to delve into this. So I have an art shop now. It's been a dream of mine for years. And I actually have released a Detrans awareness collection. Obviously, I'm wearing it right now. We've got the funky lizard design. This shirt is probably my most popular item. I also have beanies and hats and flags and stickers and buttons and pins and magnets and all sorts of things that I'm working on. And it's just been so serendipitous to be able to combine my personal experiences, being a detransitioner it is an identity, but not in a way of a victim-based identity. It's in a way of a survivor and overcomer-based identity. It's a sign of resilience. That's what the lizard symbol means. The lizard symbol is a sign of regeneration and, regrowth and life after, the medicalization and identity crisis and psychological distress. So being able to combine my experiences of sort of triumph and a lot of pain into something beautiful and, fun and making art out of it and having other people feel the same way and wearing my shirts and things it's just been so moving and inspiring to, again, just keep moving on and just keep doing more and more work and keep creating, because I destroyed a lot of things and a lot of parts of me were destroyed over the years through abuse and trauma and grief and depression. And now I get the chance to create, and I'm so grateful for that. So just two more things. So there's two examples that are specifically very precious to me that I think highlight the beauty of, you know, just everyone involved, the people involved in, you know, the Detrans world. Obviously there's a lot of other people around, you know, but to focus on the positive, one example is that I was interviewed for the Affirmation Generation documentary. And along with talking about the mastectomy and the surgery and those sort of traumatic experiences, they also requested to license my song and music video, my visuals for the music. And that to me is just, I'm still astounded, you know. I'm so ecstatic and you know, just grateful for that opportunity, because it's a lasting achievement. And you know, there was just so much destruction, there was so much loss, and I was talking about losing parts of my body and years of my life to pain and suffering in the documentary. And then yet here I am being able to perfectly synchronize my personal weird music and songs and vocals and my monologues and all that into the same documentary. And so it really shows the good funks and the bad funks and what you can sort of be able to create out of the loss. And so that's a specific example of a way that detransition has just been so beneficial to me in moving on. And then the second one is there's just so many positive things that I just had to talk about it. But the second thing is that I was commissioned to design stickers for an awareness campaign to appeal to gender distressed youth, with a QR code on the stickers that links to my essay, The Archetypal FTM, Quirky, Sensitive, Artistic, Weird Girls, How Personality is Confused with Gender Identity. And I mean, it's just, I really don't have the language to describe. I'm not used to talking about positive things as much. I think I need to get more vocab words to describe my positive experiences. But it's kind of surreal, just that someone would not only commission me to design a sticker, but design it based on my essay. Like, just so much funk god energy in there. Funk God is my artist and musician name. So there's been so many other forms of abundance. That's the term I was looking for. That's the vocab. Abundance. Getting involved in the Detrans community is brought me so much opportunity, or as the anonymous trolls like to say, becoming a bigot for attention and being a grifter. But I've gotten to meet so many talented and interesting people. I've done media interviews and hosted podcasts and been on podcasts and traveled to new places and done speaking events, and just the list goes on in the ways that I've been able to, gain experiences with really amazing people, make good friends, and be able to make art and create positive change, and especially create positive energy, because, sharing stories and doing all these things, yes, it's related to, art or my art business, but really what it's generating is a momentous flow of positive energy for myself and for other people. And that is the most healing thing. So despite the fact that I lost years of my life to depression and I wasn't able to find connection or, really understand myself or trust myself or sort of reach my potential, and that I've lost parts of my female body, and I still carry shame and pain. And I'm still healing from complex PTSD and regret that I was willfully blind and ignorant and, abandoned in many ways. I'm still really happy about where I am now and who I am now. And without detransitioning and becoming integrated into society, sort of in this alternative, funky tribe, I wouldn't have as much hope for healing and love and truth prevailing over evil. So I just wanted to say I'm very grateful, and I hope to keep spreading the gospel of funk as much as I can, as well as spreading awareness and acceptance. So thank you.